Well, it's probably more military than it is anything else, if that's the case. I would think.
No, military's already got their own shit. Do you really think the military is not 10 years ahead of any civilian agency?
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying is if it's if you're thinking of it as a consumer-based kind of thing, it's like that's probably not the.
So the
How
stuff
much
that we're
money you
trying
think
to
this thing
do.
is gonna make? Seriously, put the expense that it costs to launch 4,000 satellites, and how much money are you gonna switch to it?
I was gonna do a hot air balloon streaming thing. Like if I got a hot air balloon, I could totally get like a portable Starlink receiver, and I could do like a live stream, you know, from a hot air balloon, which is crazy, from anywhere. You know what I mean? That's another story. But regardless, I just posted the I think this is the current Starlink coverage, and you can see there's fucking satellites like that, or you know whatever, over almost all portions of the Earth.
I think they're curving, Kosho. Aren't they curving? What's up? I juked you. I left and you thought it was gone, but I'm back. He thought he was going to tell you all this bullshit without me here to call him out, guys.
You're right, Kosho. I was looking at initial rollout. I stand corrected. Thank you.
Yeah, because I mean it just makes sense too. Because what would the point be if it was just over there? But I think this is current coverage, but current coverage looks like it's they get. I mean, actually, I'm certain this is current coverage, but still, this is so many more than I thought were already up there.
Do you think on all the pictures that you've seen of the Starlink little chains, have you seen one that's going straight and it's not curving at all? They all look curving to me every time I see it. Curving.
What does that
Okay,
mean?
I guess it's not worth nothing. I'll put it.
What do you mean it's curving?
Well, I mean, it's hard to tell because of the angle of, you know, observation, but it looks like it's not a straight line, you know, the chain of little lights. It looks like it's curved from the front of the chain to the back of the chain.
Yeah, but who would expect it to be straight?
Well, if they went right over your head, they would be straight, right? So obviously the angle of observation is going to be hard to tell. Is it just the angle, or is it actually curving away in the horizon? Like the sun does the same thing, right? Like the sun curves a little bit from sunrise to sunset.
Unless it's on the equinox on the equator, then. But most people in the world don't have that experience, so that's always going to appear curved.
Right, but then like say star trails right on the equator, we get the straight ones. The sun path right on the equator, we get the straight one. But are there any Starlinks, for whatever reason, is going straight over people's head and in a great circle right over them, and we get to see the straight? See, because the sky could be doing magic and bendy light or whatever, right, on them far away thingies. But the satellites, to me, that's a much bigger proof than the star trail. The satellites are way more pinnacle. Pass my exit shit.
What are you
talking
saying
about?
exactly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
You know
say
how
this
we
a
get
lot,
a
but
time?
I'm with FC.
I wonder what sound does to helium.
You know how a star trail time lapse over the equator, we can see the middle position where the trail is like in a straight line.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, and same thing kind of with the sunrise and sunset at the equator. Well, people are going to go, well, it's a globe because, you know, we got the straight line here in the middle, and then we got these curvy ones off to each hemisphere, right? But there might be a tiny door still for the flat earthers to argue some sort of sky magic, right? Some bending and some dome thing, or just who knows what, right? Some other phenomenon making that pattern over the flat earth. Some fucking how, even though the argument's never really stepped up to by the other side, but maybe the door's open. But what I'm saying is the door is closed more if Starlink satellites are doing that type of thing, because they're way closer, they're man-made, right? Just reasons like that for it being closer to Earth, basically. To me, it's if those things were doing the same things that the time-lapse, star trail photography is doing stuff, that would be a way awesome, correlation that could go along with the globe model. Don't you think?
It's not really.
The distance.
It's not really the same thing though.
No shit.
One is watching something stationary, almost rotating because we're rotating, and one's watching something actually rotating around us.
Yeah, but
Like,
the
it's
rotation's
actually
relative. The rotation's relative. So either one is rotating, it's fine. But I'm saying the paths still.
Yeah, the distance doesn't matter that much because it's the same. It makes the same
To you,
geographical. Yeah,
right? I get it, but you got to put yourself in a flat earther's mindset. To them, it's gonna. To me, in my opinion, it matters from that perspective because there's less arguing about possible bendy light or magic sky phenomenon interpretations, right? But I mean, whatever. Maybe I'm alone on this. It's okay.
No, it's outside the atmosphere. Whatever bend of the light that applies the moon and stars and the sun also are going to apply to Starlink satellites.
Nah, maybe to you, but not to me. Thanks for listening, though.
Well, they're outside of. I mean, they're not in the atmosphere.
They're a lot closer.
Sure.
Listen. Here's the thing.
But vacuum doesn't make
I think we could all agree there are a lot more. It's easier to accept that those things are inside the possible dome, whereas, right, compared to the other things, it would be argued that. You get what I'm saying? That perspective.
I don't. I don't think many people here do. Apparently.
All right, it's cool. I get it. It's fine. I'm trying.
It doesn't matter how many people do or don't.
Yeah, I agree. It
I'll-
doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I remember
I-
seeing a couple of those with the naked eye, and they appeared to me that they were going in a straight line, if I remember correctly.
Okay,
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
It would depend on a few things, obviously. How close were the ones you saw together, SC?
They were pretty close. Not as
Okay.
close as the one up here. There, they were.
You can even path them. Like, sure, when the coach is right, when they're close, it's less separation, less pronounced curve if it was there. But you still can say where they rised and set it, and then map that. Yeah.
I watch the
I just
ISS
put
as often as I can.
I just put a pic in the live stream voice text that might answer why they stay in a straight line.
Okay.
Yeah, depends on the perspective, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But I always see the ones with the curvy like see, so there's one in the bottom right corner. It looks like a straight line, but when I look at those type of pictures, like zoomed out, I see a curve. I'll be like, oh look, there's a little curve right there.
Well, one of those is balloons, and the one on the right, the bottom is the Starlink.
Yes, sir.
But
So it looks, yeah, go.
But I was gonna ask you, Don, what you were saying about the Big Bang. What do you see? What did you see about that?
I thought that there's two possibilities. I saw the article, but we've seen similar ones, but this one just looked a little bit more confidently titled.
Well, that's what I mean. Is what was that article about?
Oh, supposedly nothing. Kool-Aid looked at it, I think, and said it was just theory stuff. I think. I thought they were going to have some sort of observation that was giving them a new confidence, whatever. Fulcrum.
It was
but
It was
Go
a
ahead.
be a puff piece that didn't actually say anything.
Fucking bullshit. They're piggybacking old shit, probably. Y'all be hacking my phone trying to get me to bite on all these little sensational articles. Don't think I don't know what y'all be doing. You know what I'm saying?
I
know.
those come to my phone too, because I on like Google, like on my phone, just they're suggested to me when I open my phone, go to the news or whatever. So I hadn't come across that one yet, but yeah, those I always get those kind of titles, and it's disappointing because sometimes you open them and you know they're exactly as Cooley was just saying. They're just sensationalizing something to the point where you know the article says one thing and the article is actually written in a way that almost completely says the opposite of whatever was said.
Right.
Or like there's no evidence or whatever it is. It's like you kind of wish people would do that, but I mean, at the end of the day, at least the article's not lying. Like it's not like there's any lies in the article. It's just it's advertised as one thing and you read it in something.
Check this out, Kosho. A
Oh, shit.
bona fide scientist. Have a gander at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I know she's got some pretty good explanations on a lot of different things, but I think that there's a lot of things she's wrong about. So I've seen this video, and I wouldn't necessarily hold her opinion any better than you know people in here's. Like, I just mean
She's cute,
when
though.
I say that, I just mean that's it's her opinion. You know what I mean? Like what she's presenting is her opinion, her belief.
Yeah.
It's not always
Versus Einstein's opinion that everybody piggybacked.
Well, that's the thing, though. There's a lot of this kind of stuff that's out there, and it's a lot of it. You even agree. It's like, So, how does that build any confidence in the entire model? You know, fair question.
Yeah.
Just listen to them.
I have this problem.
So-
The CERN fellows who keep trying to reconcile this dark matter stuff, and why can't they, you know what I mean? Why can't the best mathematicians in the world reconcile this phenomenon if it's such a given? It's really weird.
It's not a given. Why is it? So I just surprising that there's no answers to some of these kind of questions, because those questions like the dark matter, dark energy, or any other unanswered open questions. You know, there's always going to be problems to solve. It's not a.
Yeah, you gotta have funding to solve those kinds of problems.
Yeah, but it's just math. They're just like, they have all this data, and they're like, oh well, this there must be something doing this because you know we got a whole of incomplete understanding. So you're like, okay, well maybe this phenomenon's doing it. Yeah, that would. They go so step one is they like, yeah, maybe that phenomenon will make it fit, and they'd be like, okay, well let's do the math to make it fit. Oh well, we can't. It can't fit with the math, but they still standing on step one. It doesn't make any sense.
That's not how it works.
Okay.
What happens is somebody will make an observation, whether it's a flaw. Let's say dark matter. There's a flaw, so somebody who's not that person will come up with a hypothesis. You know, a supposed explanation or a hypothesis.
Yes, sir.
A hypothesis, supposed explanation. So they'll. Sorry, somebody was just talking to me outside my car. Anyways, yeah. So they'll come up with a model, basically, that will hopefully be validated through experiment, and that will also satisfy whatever flaw they had. So they'll update the model or make a model.
Right.
And if that model, if the predictions of that model come true, like if they find that the predictions made by that model were found,
Which they haven't.
They think that model, and they think that model is satisfied. Exactly, they haven't. So people have come up with hypotheses for dark matter, but when they do tests at CERN or they make observations in space, most of those hypotheses haven't been validated yet. So
Right.
that's why
So what? Sure.
question.
So we're all caught up. We all agree. So why are they? You get what I'm saying? Shouldn't they have been able?
I don't
if
understand.
it's just plug in the fucking math, if they have the supposed answer, and they can flex the math. Oh my God, they have a supposed filling theory that possibly could fill the answer, right? But then when they go to work it out, they can't work it out. But why are they still holding on to this theory? Well, we might work it out in the future. That's basically the standing of it right now. we're still
Yeah,
on
of course.
theory that we can't work out, that we might work out. To me, that's stupid as
Yeah,
fuck.
that just like everything else that we
money,
didn't know
money
that
and
we
funding.
then learn.
What are the Glovers saying about the 3-body problem these days? They can't get past that yet either, huh?
Well, there's new solution, but it still is inevitability. They can't solve it inevitable. They just have these short-term guesses type of things, basically, from my understanding. But that's probably not
It's not a problem.
bullshit,
So how can the
Kosho.
Glovers claim to have a model if they can't get 3 bodies to rotate, much less 8 or 9 or whatever else it is?
Kosho's out of his depth on this one, Kosho. Come on.
I've seen so many solutions to 3-body problems. That,
No, temporary.
What Don is trying to say is not incorrect. The most of those solutions actually give you approximations that have to be corrections made that constantly in order to.
So is it fair to say there is no
one
model
after
based on
moment,
that alone?
For one after moment, they can't give you like end game fucking results. It's just one position then the next. They and
Think about
every
it. If they
time
can't get 3 bodies to work, then how are they going to get all of the planets to work? I mean, we're just talking about 3 bodies don't even work. So how can they say
I'm
they
with
have a model if they can't even work out how 3 bodies would work?
But that's what I'm saying. That's the problem with the way Don's saying it is that
You're right.
that like leads you to the conclusion that you can't get 3 bodies to work. But the solutions they have, they can get 3 bodies to work. You can make predictions on the movements of, say, the solar system, for example, which is
not into settled orbits, Kosho, and you know it. This is
No,
why-
yeah,
man.
but we can predict the positions of all the different planets and star and
It's not
everything.
just a 3-body problem, man. Like it's
Yeah, I got it.
it's everything. You'd have to calculate.
There's
all
even
of it.
new solutions that
Yeah,
like
but
papers
we
off
can
of
do
this
it and we
week,
make the correct predictions.
and even the newest papers,
Predictions.
Kosho, will tell you that there's big time holes in this shit, man. Like I'm telling you, bro. Even the newest, best.
You got to
most
throw out
awesome-
the baby.
No, I don't know.
You got to
See,
throw
that's
out the
what's
big
weird.
G.
But why can't they like work on dark energy and be throwing out the baby in the other room and working on alternate theories? I
Yeah,
promise you.
people are working. There are people who are working on theoretical physicists who, and also experimental physicists who are working on those things, man. Absolutely. It's not like there's nobody who's just trying to solve those problems. But when it comes to, like I said, with 3-body problems, there's so many solutions for multiple body problems that you can make predictions about a multi-body system and find that those predictions are correct. So
Wouldn't
that's
that-
not.
wouldn't it be even
it's not a
harder?
problem that
Wouldn't
people claim.
all the 3-body problems be compounded once you add 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? You know, what I mean, wouldn't it just seem impossible then? For the
That's
more
my
than
point.
3 bodies?
That's my point. Is it's not that problem. There's no closed solution to a 3-body problem. Is what's how it's usually expressed. But just because there's no closed solution doesn't mean that you can't make equations for multi-body systems.
But then
make predictions
would it
based on
be? But answer this: would it be compounded by adding even more bodies?
He knows the
that's
answer to
supposed
that.
to be more difficult. But also you have to remember that when it comes to Einstein's general theory of relativity and you do his tensor equations, it doesn't matter how many bodies you use. So that 3-body problem is strictly like a universal law of gravitation problem.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, how do you know it won't get easier for them the more things they add to it?
That'd
Bro,
be funny,
where's the
wouldn't
model
it?
solar system? Where is it at? Why they ain't got that? Why they ain't got the orbits of our 8 or 9 planets, Kosho, with this? Why are they
Yeah,
saying
there technically is no model to claim if they don't have that.
Are you serious? You think that they don't have a model of the solar system?
Well, if 3 bodies don't work, you don't have a model.
correct?
No,
Not with
what
all
I'm
the
saying,
gravitation.
You guys are claiming that there's a 3-body problem and insisting that it can't be done. I'm telling you, it can and has been done to death.
There's an 8-body problem.
There's many solutions to multi-body.
We're talking about a 9. We're talking about claiming not to have a 9-body problem or whatever it is. I mean, if you have a model, then all of those problems should be not problems. They should be modeled already.
Exactly, but they are.
Oh, only 3 bodies. What about 6 and 7 or 8 or 9 or whatever?
All bottled.
An n-body problem is solvable.
Why haven't they solved it
So
yet?
when it comes to
Why hasn't that been announced to everybody? Why
It
is it still
has.
called the
Need
three
more
body problem?
funding. More funding.
Why is it still called a problem?
Because the three body problem is the name of the type of problem. It's not. It's not like it's a problem to
So
have
it's
three bodies.
past. Okay, so that's all been figured out.
Well, I mean, like I said, I've seen at least 10 solutions,
But
but like I said,
it
they're
sounds
not
like you're
closed
claiming it's all
documentation.
been figured out.
I just mean it's not a mystery, so it's not like an impossibility to model
Well,
that.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying to claim a model, it seems like you'd have not only three bodies worked out and actually claimed and not even talked about anymore, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, it would compound, you would think. The problem would compound once you start adding more bodies.
This has been worked out.
Oh, cool. Post it, please. That'd be awesome.
You're
Even-
literally
even if it
asking
hasn't-
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is there a
Yeah,
solution?
even if it hasn't been solved, actually, it has been mathematically proven that there are things that cannot be proven mathematically within a given system. So there might be problems that we cannot solve, whether it's flat, whether it's globe. There might be questions that we cannot get answers to. The three-body problem isn't actually one, but even then, you necessarily can't attack something for the fact that there is maybe one problem that cannot be answered.
But I'm saying that if it's only a three-body problem, then doesn't it compound if you add 4 or 5 or 6 or more bodies? Wouldn't it be like a catastrophe at that point?
The answer is yes.
The answer is
Well,
no.
and unless it's not linear like that, maybe there's like a point where you go over the hump with a bunch of effort and then you're on cruise control after you figure that out. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there to be fair.
Also, the
Seems like
the
it seems
3
like
or
that's been
4
kind of
body
like
problem.
That's almost
ignored.
like you're saying the South is down, and it's just cute.
Also, the 3 or 4 or 5 or 9 body problem. Does it take into effect the 1.5 million mile an hour traveling through the universe at many different vectors? Is that equated in there?
That's
It's equated
not really.
in Galileo's principle of relativity. Meaning
No.
it's not.
Specifically
not-
the speed and the vectors that I mentioned. Where is
Yeah,
that
but
in the
those-
formula?
Both those things aren't true at the same time. So you can't include the multiple vectors and a single speed, because that's not, like I said, that's not how principle of relativity works. Like when you're talking about your motion, you're talking about it in reference to some frame, in which case you're not moving in multiple vectors, you're moving in a single vector at any given time. So but
assumes a stationary sun, basically.
well, if you assume a stationary sun, then you would describe our motion as the orbit around the sun.
That's
And
what
if you
you
were
assume.
assuming, well, no, but I'm saying it depends on what frame that you're discussing it in. If you don't give a frame, then there's no way to describe the motion. It just doesn't make sense. But if you're saying like a frame outside the galaxy, in reference to the CMB or something like that, yeah, you can describe the motion of the Earth. But it's like, again, it's not going to be multiple vectors. It'll be at any given moment, it'll be a single vector.
Well, hold on. Isn't everything a reference to the CMB according to your model?
No.
Are you sure?
There's no universal frame of reference.
So
That's
you're saying that the motion that we see is not reference to the CMB?
No. Like you can use that as a reference frame if you'd like to, but I mean it's kind of, I mean if you're just talking about like the structure of the universe and the galaxies and how they're the gravitational where there are clouds of galaxies and shit like that. Like if you use that as a reference frame, then that's your reference frame. But that doesn't have to be. There's no reason to hold that as a universal reference frame.
Well, what would you use then?
Whatever. I mean, it depends on the problem. Every description of motion requires you to define a reference frame. And if you don't first define a reference frame, then
okay, fair enough. What is the Earth's supposed, which I don't believe is, I think it's total nonsense, but in your model, what is the 1.5 million miles an hour of the Earth reference to?
I assume you're talking about the galaxy's reference or the reference frame of the the two galaxies, Andromeda and Milky Way. The reference frame, directly outside of that. So maybe like what do they call that? The local system or the local structure, whatever it's called. I would say like that. That would be the reference frame, maybe. And then so the two of our galaxies are going at each other that quickly.
Are you referring to the local cluster?
Yeah, local cluster. That's what it is. Yeah.
That's one of them. Yeah, but I don't think that's what the reference to, Kosho.
I mean that would be where that
your
speed
model
makes sense.
It might make sense, but I'm going according to your model, and I think it's reference to the CMB, which is the farthest we can see back, right? So it kind of would make sense. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's referenced to.
You might be right, but that might just be the same frame of reference. Like I was saying, the local cluster, but the local cluster is a cluster of galaxies, whereas there's like a bigger, several clusters or whatever, and all the galaxies that we know of, maybe that's the reference frame that's being used to describe that. But I think that would give you the same value, because I don't think that the local cluster is moving.
Are you saying everything is rotating around the local cluster?
No, I'm just saying that when they're talking about the two speeds, the speed of our galaxy moving towards Andromeda, like I'm not sure if it matters if you were to use the reference frame of the local. I don't know. Actually, yeah, you would use the local cluster because they're both in it. So, yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. But
Did you believe that William Shatner went up there? Did you see his poor acting after he got out? Did you see it? Did you believe him?
yeah, I didn't really think it was acting though, but
it was
I
bad
definitely
acting.
saw it.
I mean, he's already a bad actor, but it was like the worst acting he's ever done, in my opinion. You saw the whole thing when he got out, and like he was looking pretty ashamed of himself.
He looked pretty scared. I'm just real quick. I'm looking at what SE. So yeah, SE. It says the motion. He said he looked pretty scared, but yeah. So it says the motion that's left must be particular motion of our galaxy through the universe, and how fast is the Milky Way galaxy moving? Turned out to be 1.3 million miles per hour. So I think that this is talking about so in reference to the CMB, but it's talking about the galaxy is complete. So it's not using multiple vectors or multiple movements. It's talking strictly about the Milky Way galaxy moving through the universe.
In reference to the CMB, right?
That's what this article says.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what your model says. Yeah, correct.
But like I said, I think that would give you the same calculation if you were just using the local cluster, because I think they get that from how fast we're approaching Andromeda.
I don't think so, Kosho. You know why? Because that local cluster is also rotating as well. Are you aware of that? According to your model?
Yeah, but like I said, I think with the way they get the speed from the Milky Way is from the how fast we're approaching Andromeda. But let me see this article and see if that's what it says.
So with the Big Bang and everything going, expanding and can be mathematically predicted, how does that work with the three body problem?
They can't
that
predict
square?
nothing, bro.
They ain't predicting now. What are you talking
They
about?
ain't predicting shit. Excuse my
Yeah,
language.
that's what I'm saying. You can say shit, it's okay. I'm not offended anyway.
Post-dicting is not the same as predicting.
Well said. Yeah.
Right.
It's funny, SE, this article actually talks exactly what we were talking about. It says we want to talk about the motion of the galaxy. It says what reference frame do we use, and it says astronomers weren't sure how to answer this, so they can measure the motion of the Milky Way relative to the neighbor galaxy, like I suggested. But then they're saying that this galaxy is also moving. So
exactly.
Yeah, right. So it said, I'm sure they use. So this is the reason why they use the CMB, right? So that speed specifically, the 1.3 million is talking specifically about the motion of the galaxy.
See, may I tell Kosho real quick? You said the other galaxy is moving. See, why would they ever be like that? Why wouldn't they just be like, oh, it's just us moving, right? Like, why the other galaxy got to be moving?
Because they can see them moving in reference to each other. So that implies they're
what?
moving. If you see two objects and they're both moving in reference to each other, that means at least one of them is moving.
Okay, I thought you were talking about ours though. Aren't we one of the objects?
Yeah. So if you see
Don,
this
think
object,
about what Kosho is saying for a second, for a little bit longer than 5 seconds.
I'm first of all, I'm mostly just trying to fucking give them a hard time. But okay, but
you can also use very, very distant quasars as an absolute reference frame, as an absolute way to measure these direct motions.
Right, those are two different objects that aren't us, at least. I like where Chronic's. Coach, I was just so confused where you're going. If you see two objects, but we don't see two, aren't we one of them? Is kind of what I was saying, bud. But I was just trying to give you a hard time, man. You know the same shit. I ain't talking about nothing.
That's why I said you were a funny guy yesterday.
But hey,
regardless,
go ahead.
That's what I meant when I said that yesterday. But regardless, I was going to ask Chronic, because actually, yeah, the other day, well, I don't know if you were here, Chronic, but Witsit was reading over Jeranism's. He has 100 quotes from astronomers and other people who he did make different claims at different times, but the overall claim was that these guys were
you got me smiling already.
There was an equal viability of geocentrism was the basic gist.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, and so I my opinion, actually, what I got from it was all the people he was reading, they fit into 3 categories, in which only one person of all those people did I think actually believed in geocentrism. But after I talked to somebody, so this was the guy whose name was Vashini, and the guy was he had observed quasars, and he observed the redshift from those quasars, about 57 of them, and based on his observations, he came to a conclusion that there was a coincidence of having multiple. So basically, it was almost as if the quasars at different directions from the Earth were actually the same distance from the Earth, like creating a sphere, like a different level sizes of spheres that they must have been on, which would have been eerie if that was only. It would have been as if that was only possible to make this observation from Earth, and nobody else in the universe would experience these spheres. And so he had concluded that either redshift was wrong or that the universe is geocentric. But the conclusion that Slacker had said, which made perfect sense, was that quasars all appear at around the same time. Like they happen at a certain age of the universe. So
or redshift, or what's otherwise known as redshift.
Well, that's what he's saying. That's why he's saying they would experience the same redshift, is because if they happen at the same time, then you're going to receive light from them around the same time.
Yeah,
there's no way for you to know that, Kosho. Absolutely
there's a correlation
no
between,
way.
There's a correlation between a redshift measurement and a distance from you, right?
Right. But that was what was eerie. Was he was getting multiple matching ones from different directions. So it was like seeming as if they were the same distance from these different directions.
Yeah, I'm not directly familiar with the study you're referring to.
I'll post the paper also.
Cool. But I mean, it's, luckily we don't have to rely on that one single, random study of quasars to know that we're not the center of the universe. So.
By studying a quasar, you think you know anything? Seriously?
Yeah, of course.
We're not the center of the universe. We are the center of the universe.
Yes, the center of the universe is everywhere, and it's in us, Merle. It's in us.
It's all around us, you mean?
Yeah, and also in us.
In us.
Mm-hmm.
What? So you're the Big Bang, I'm the Big Bang. We're all the Big Bang, right?
Indeed.
I'm about to
start
post
as a
it.
little,
I found it. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
you start as an
Kosho.
egg cell, and then sperm goes into it, and you replicate, right?
Sounds hot.
Your turn. You're turning Kosho on.
Fortunately,
It's
but
science,
yeah,
bro.
here's this article or this paper. But like I said, when one Slacker told that to me, it perfectly made sense. But that was the only one I was kind of like, wow, this guy not only does actually kind of come up with an argument for it, but I didn't really have I didn't understand it enough to refute it. But all the other people that Witch had named were obviously people who are not geocentrists, and what they were stating was, either in the case of Hubble, was that from our position, our galaxy's position, it looks as if all the other galaxies are receding away from us further and further as or faster and faster as you look further and further. And he said that could lead you to the conclusion that we are in a preferred position. We're in a preferred frame, but that when he says we, he means the entire galaxy. So that doesn't make the universe geocentric by any
Yeah,
means.
I just
And a couple of them had discussed that. Yeah.
I was gonna say I just popped that article open, and you have it set. Did you have it set to go to page 8 in that?
Yeah, it
Okay.
should start off by saying, but like by having the title to Vishini's paper. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, it should. Page 8. Yeah, well,
Well, the
it says
first
the
thing.
redshift. As long as it says the redshift hypothesis for quasars, if it says
Yeah,
that,
yeah. Yep, that's it. It says assuming the cosmological redshift hypothesis. Blah 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 blah.
yeah. If you look at his conclusion at the very end, he comes up with 3 solutions to this coincidence, and he writes off 2 of them, and he settles with the third one being that the Earth must be at a or I mean, honestly, I don't know if he means the Earth or if he means the galaxy, but either way, he says the Earth is at the center of the universe.
So is this different than? Well, you're basing something on a hypothesis, and that's based on something that hasn't been run through some sort of test or provable thing one way or another. So it's still based on a hypothesis. Am I?
Worse than
I'm not
that,
sure.
bro.
I'm sure it's
fantasy.
different for astrophysics. That's what I'm saying, because it's all observational based until they can figure something else out, I guess, right? So that's what I'm trying to make sure of. I'm kind of getting the general message.
I mean, Chronic would know more because
These
he
are all
is an
based on
astronomer.
this is empirical observations of quasars. Is what it's based
Right,
on.
but it's still based on a hypothesis of cosmological redshift.
Yeah.
Correct?
It's based on the
Okay.
the theory or understanding of it. Yeah.
No, it's not a theory. It's a hypothesis.
Sure. Okay. It's whatever word you want to use for it.
An untested hypothesis.
Well,
I'm reading it right
May
from
I
the
add?
paper.
hypothesis is an estimated guess, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. We can let's do the pedantic argument.
It's not pedantic. It's not it's not been run through a test to come up with it.
Sure.
Especially if you're calling it empirical. If you're calling it empirical, don't call it pedantic when someone says it's not even close to.
Well,
Yeah, but I think there's
definition, I have
Do you understand
hypothesis.
the definition of empirical?
By
or
definition, our hypothesis is pre-test, correct?
Well, we're discussing empirical observations of quasars, are we not?
Yeah,
How
but
big
answer
is
my
the
question.
sky?
Our
No, we are
hypothesis,
not.
what is it? Is it a pre-test explanation?
I don't even understand what your statement means.
What is
Okay,
a
let me read.
hypothesis? Plain, simple English.
The sky's bigger than the Earth.
Wait, is it not
Sure.
not the case where I mean, testing and experimenting is one means that science comes to truth, but isn't in other fields like astronomy, for example, isn't it the case that observations are made, that models are kind of constructed from those observations, and then tested through further observations of the predictions that those models made.
Is it empirical?
Precisely,
that.
Kosha. Precisely, Kosha. Yes.
Is it empirical, gentlemen?
Of course.
Of course.
It's based on observations that are made. That it's the verbatim the definition of empiricism.
A
where's the
visual
hypothesis come
observation
in?
based on a hypothesis is empirical.
Oh god. This is such
No,
a
it's
tired
not.
argument.
No, it's
It's not an
not.
argument, they're questions.
Chronic.
Yes, but we've already had this conversation 800,000 times.
Well, then it should be easy for you to answer the simple questions that
I'm
we're
answering them directly. Yes, empirical means observing things. Next
can't be-
question.
Okay.
You can be
Okay,
serious.
next,
Come on.
next question. Yeah, we got that one. Next
Okay.
question. Where does hypothesis come into what Kosho just said?
He explained it perfectly. Kosho explained it.
Okay, Kosho, could you please re-explain that?
I can
didn't hear
explain
you
it
say
again,
hypothesis at
but
once.
well, no, I didn't say hypothesis, and that's what I was asking really, but I wasn't. I was
No,
coming. I was
you
basically.
gave a
I was
basic
using-
you gave a basic explanation of scientific hypotheses and how they're updated.
No.
How they're updated with how they're
Kosho can
updated
speak for himself.
with
Come on.
empirical observations and a new understanding or new knowledge of something. It's basically
Right.
what
Yeah.
he
So
said.
right. Basically, I was describing another method in which you can use science to come to gaining knowledge of something. One is the hypothesis and then test the hypothesis through experiment method, and then another would be the observation, then hypothesis and model building based on the observations that you've made, and then the validating that model or validating those models by the further observations that are then going to be looking at the predictions.
You
based
would
on
have had
the
a great
model.
we had such a great conversation in Eggshell's channel last night that Don was there for. You would have loved being there.
Hold on.
Actually,
He
Okay,
just said he's going to
we're not
validate
talking
an
about.
observation with another observation. You can't be
So
serious.
we're not talking about eggshells. Your conversation the other day. We're talking about this right now. And I'm reading. The reason why this question came up is because the first sentence in Kosho's reference says, in other words, assuming the cosmological redshift hypothesis, the quasars in the tables and blah blah blah. So that's where the question came from. This is assuming a redshift hypothesis.
It's an empirical hypothesis. What are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, but honestly, that could because I mean, there's the Big Bang Theory is considered a theory at this point. Isn't that correct? Like it's
Yeah.
and
what exactly are you asking again? Sorry. Are we getting to so we're getting to the where we get almost every single time, which is the philosophy of knowledge and what we can understand. If we can understand anything, absolutely.
No,
I'm not.
No,
I'm not
absolutely not. We're not.
You said
what they say they
empiricism.
understand.
No,
The question first is if
just
we
so
can
we're
even
like
believe
all
the people telling us what they think they understand.
Sure, just
That's
so we're all
the bigger
clear, like
question.
what we're actually that we're all actually talking about the same thing at the very least.
Yeah,
what he's
apparently
talking
you're
about
the only one that
confuse
doesn't
the
understand.
situation. Let me explain. We're talking about
Okay.
empirical evidence and it being visual. And you guys are saying, yes, you can have empiricism visually. You can have a hypothesis and then visually verify it and then re-visually verify it. That's
we're
what
talking about
Kosho said.
specifically. I know, but specifically, the crux of what's being asked at this moment is whether in the verbiage this guy used in his paper about the redshift hypothesis, and he's asking if that is the current status of our idea of what's happening with redshift is it's a hypothesis, and I was throwing up that I thought the Big Bang was considered a theory in which it includes the redshift. So I think we're talking about the status of that redshift.
Osho. Sugar Cookie asked about the redshift hypothesis. Redshift hypothesis.
Right, because this paper that you have about the quasars and the rest of it, it seems to me like the basis of it is assuming the cosmological redshift hypothesis. It's the words that it says.
Yeah, well, in his conclusion, like I said, he sets forth that like his last sentence actually says that it could also be the case that what we understand about redshift is wrong. But he says either that's wrong, redshift is wrong, or the
That
or
was
the
just his
Earth's
assumption,
center.
right, Kosho?
What are you talking about?
That was
Well,
his
this is his
assumption,
paper.
right?
Yeah, this is his
Yeah,
paper.
but it was his conclusion, right? It's just an assumption
No, his conclusion is
based
not an
on
assumption.
whatever he's observing, right? Yeah, I mean, he's observing something. He's assuming that something that he's observing is doing
Well,
something. I mean,
that's what normal people would do in their papers is say, well, because I'm just kind of paraphrasing or just guessing really, but if they're saying they're assuming the entire thing to be based on a hypothesis of something else, then at the end of it they would say, okay, these things could be different because of the thing I based it on.
yeah, but it doesn't
Is
make
that
it
what you're
real,
saying, Coach?
right?
It's the opposite of that, though.
Conclusions that your observations have led.
Yeah,
Right, but
observations
within the paper, I think what Kosho is saying is, makes sense. Within that
Yeah,
thought,
at the end of the paper, he stated the possible conclusions that you can come to based on the observation.
based on everything that it was, based on what it was based on, which was the hypothesis of the redshift.
Oh, and that's the problem right there.
No, but he brings that's the last thing he
assuming that you
states.
have all the outcomes.
The
No, but
redshift thing is just a quantification between variables. So it doesn't really matter what you want to call it.
When that guy says this is the outcome of this observation, right? That's him assuming that that's the complete knowledge of what it could be happening up there.
Wrong.
Which I disagree with that.
Yeah, I
What do you
disagree
mean
with
wrong?
I disagree with that as well. There's
There
no.
could be a
there's
million
no
things happening.
You're being an absolutist right now, which is not what happens in science. He is not claiming an absolute understanding of whatever the study involves. I haven't read the whole paper, but I can guarantee he's not.
Just so that you understand, buddy, your standard of science is way different than mine, right? I know your science is really open to interpretation. Mine is really strict, though.
Okay, so can you give me an example?
Yeah, I go with the scientific method. Independent manipulation of the experiment. Yes.
Okay, so
the one that you don't like? Yes.
I love that one. What do you know me?
All right.
So I love that one as well as all the other ones that can be derived. Do you have an absolute understanding of anything? See, this is where it gets old and kind of tired to me. Is
oh no, you're the one bringing it back. No, you're the one circling it back to that. No, you are the one circling that back that way.
His pretense of what he just said, begs this question that I must ask him. I don't like asking it because it's such a boring.
Am I absolute certain of something?
Of anything?
Is that what
anything,
your question?
Anything in the universe.
You will die someday. 100%.
Not 100%. See, you're being
100%.
No, you're not being.
I don't care what you say.
I'm on chronic side. I'm on chronic
Thanks,
side.
Thanks, Don. But you also are you say some absolutist type things sometimes too, Don. But
I know it sounds like that.
Yeah.
But it's not like that.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, when he says absolutist, he means that there's no room at all for any. There's no possible way for you to be wrong about what you just stated. And one of the possible ways that is most obvious to most people is that you could be a psychotic and you could be actually, hallucinating most of what you're experiencing, most of what you know. Yeah.
Well, I guess you guys live outside the reality. That's the problem.
I think it's you who's living outside of.
Have you ever seen a person not die?
That's what I'm saying. Though you don't know if
That's
everything that you've seen
yeah.
is correct. You don't.
That's an
I know
unknown. That's an
100% you.
unknown
Every single
unknown.
human being will
All
die.
right.
There's also the
100%.
there's the option of the future too. There's the future.
I mean, you guys are the one living outside reality. I'm the one just standing, putting my feet on the ground, and saying this happens every single time. You are the ones challenging that.
Right, but we all
Not
could get
me.
better, dude. Like for instance, I know I strive to be like on this position of like, are we really sure? Are we really sure? But for some reason, when I'm challenging points or whatever the hell I'm doing, I come off like absolutist people sometimes. So I'm not perfect, right? I know that I'm not communicating what I want people to see is inside of me. So the same thing, man, dude, like you can have a little room for improvement on this one, man. Like, dude, think about it a little differently. Like maybe
I don't need to.
Maybe we're gonna change what the common understanding is now. Maybe
I don't need to change my
10,000
stand.
years. Maybe you live to 10,000
Okay.
years on a computer. Who knows?
But it's fine. Yeah, we're not.
No,
I mean,
disagree.
I'm not here to change, his
Yeah,
viewpoint
yeah.
on anything.
No, I think it's important. I think it's important to be able to see something from another person's point of view, and I think that's what we're kind of talking about. Is this the whole thing is constructed on if this thing is the basis of what I'm going to talk about, then I'm going to talk about it within that framework of this big ol' if. And then at the end, he says, okay, well, since we're basing it on this if, then these are the things that could be wrong with it. That to me is legit because you're playing within a massive if statement. I mean, I'm not talking logic or anything. I'm just talking about an if, all things are possible kind of a thing. So like, if
He addresses that though too.
you know what I mean? So that's a different way to look at it rather than being like what you guys are saying, like absolutist on stuff.
I mean, I know what you mean, but I would respond by saying, if we would ever want to hope to have any sufficient level of understanding or knowledge of anything scientifically, that those types of things may need to happen from time to time. That's all.
Are you serious, Chronic?
Yeah,
Silent
100%.
just gave you an absolute. The absolute of all absolutes. I've used that one before. Way to go, Silent. And you guys are actually disputing this?
Obviously,
that you're gonna
yes.
die one day?
Yes.
You're
I don't.
you're actually
obviously
disputing
are.
this.
Yeah, that's obviously
that's why
ridiculous.
see at this point I don't care about arguing with delusional people, right? At this point, these people are outside of reality. They can fantasize all they want. It's okay. I don't care.
You're purposefully ignoring our stance.
But
you really don't understand.
I don't care about your stand.
Please,
you're entering into madness. I don't care about your stand. You can go ahead and play with your toys.
The problem is some of our ears are closed to what each other is saying, man.
Let me get this straight.
It's clear that on one somebody's saying we know there's no way that you're gonna die. So we know you're not gonna die. Or I know that you're gonna die, I mean. Okay? And when somebody's saying that they don't agree to that claim,
I do know.
But they're not saying I know that I'm not going to die. They're saying that I know I'm going to.
Dude, your mic is doing some crazy stuff right now.
I just had a phone call. Somebody was calling me. Hold on.
So did I get this clear that? I mean, that's definitely an absolute that one day you will die. You're saying that you will not die? I mean, that's what are you saying?
Is this the first time you're hearing this argument?
He's saying that there may
tuned in.
He's saying that maybe someday there will be something that it will cause humans not to die or something that I mean, at that, like I say, at that point, it's. I mean,
weird. You're putting words in my mouth when I literally.
All right, I'll apologize. Describe what you're talking about. What do you mean that you will not? That there may be a chance not to die. Go ahead, explain it yourself with your own words.
Again, I mean, for the 8,000th time this conversation has happened, it boils down to a fundamental argument about the philosophy of knowledge and whether we can know something absolutely or not, or have a very high degree of
Yeah.
confidence in knowing something. There's a subtle
Yeah.
difference there. You, in my opinion, are on the very absolutist side of it. That, in my opinion, ignorantly assumes that you know some things to be 100% true, when the other side of the argument and the philosophy is not the case.
Okay,
That-
could I
Oh,
have
you may call me that, right? You may
Hold on.
With
you may call me
respect,
ignorant.
Bending.
It's all right.
Hold
You may
on,
call me.
hold on. It's absolutely true that one day you were born, and it's absolutely true that one day you will die.
But
Hold on. Hold on.
You're just
hold on.
Come on, guys, don't clip each other. We're doing good. Let him finish.
That is
Don,
just
you can go
the
next. Yeah,
nature
sorry,
of
go
life, bro. You
Okay.
can't change this.
All right, go ahead, Don. I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, but there is also a middle ground in which Chronic still wins on the middle ground, bro. And even if he gives you your premise of okay, you know, you're not in this maybe things are fake and we're just whatever. Even if you can say, okay, there are some objective realities that we're just going to say we know reality. There still is other possibilities of like not wanting to speak absolutely honest. Although we know right now there's no way to cheat death. Why would you want to overstep and act like it's never going to change?
Yeah,
right?
It's never going to change.
All right, I'll give you another one. If somebody chops your head, you will not be alive.
Again, I don't accept that. That's stupid.
You don't accept that?
No.
That if somebody chops your head off, you are gonna die.
Why? You know why? Because I want to have faith in our knowledge and the doctors of being super awesome in the future. Why should I accept that?
Wow.
Dude, that's
Okay, we'll
literally an
go simpler.
argument.
We'll go
That's
simpler.
literally an argument from ignorance.
I'm not saying at this current time. I'm talking about in the future, possibly, though. You heard me preface it multiple times.
Let me try a simpler one. Anytime
That is literally
I take
the
a
argument of
blowtorch,
from ignorance.
let me try a simpler one. Every time I take a blowtorch to your hand, it will burn you.
Again. So Don, what's the word?
His hand is flame retarded.
Don glazed over the major opposing point of view, and then he went into the actual physical parts of why there's doubt there, like future medicine type stuff could prevent whatever you guys are saying.
I get you on the philosophy,
but
the
part you glazed over, Don, was the thing about objective reality or not. It's a philosophical thing, man. It's
Please go ahead and look in the live stream text.
If you
I posted the argument from ignorance.
Okay,
and
I've only
it
seen
gives
that
it
800
there.
times. So
well, for the 800th time, you're bringing up your thing.
Sure.
Okay.
So,
well, and for the 800th time, you are arguing from ignorance to the T.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Don,
Just saying.
I'm cool with arguing from ignorance because I'm philosophizing. That's what philosophy is, brother. It's trying to come out of the ignorance through art. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah.
There's certain certainties you cannot deny. I'll give you another one. Without water for an extended period of time, you will die.
Okay.
Argue that one. Come on, let me hear an argument on that one, please.
Not if it's all a simulation and objective reality is not actually real.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Pure madness. Pure madness. Pure madness.
Nothing that you said would work
Slip
either.
that W right in my back pocket.
That means everything that you said is incorrect.
This is what Don meant when he said when he said no matter what the argument is, my point of view gets the W regardless.
That's not a W, man.
I don't.
You can't prove this.
Oh wait, is that an absolute statement that goes against exactly what you just said?
Repeat what you just said. Elbow. Repeat what you just said.
That's
Elbow
not a
TV.
W.
He's repeating Don's claim.
Because what?
To
Elbow.
an
That's not a
absolute
W.
value.
Because what? Because what?
Can't
Elbow.
prove that there's a simulation.
Well, it's a mix.
I'll take that W again.
How is that?
Because I can't
whatever
prove
somebody
it's a
else
simulation.
says.
Hold on, guys. Let me ask you, Chronic.
Whatever you
Think about
say
the
is
irony.
absolutely
Think about the
correct.
irony.
I was gonna ask him that.
Let's all take a deep breath. We're doing good.
Is your position absolute, Chronic?
My goodness,
Guys,
of
this
course
is
not.
this is what I'm
Of
saying
course
about
not.
you guys not hearing. You know,
So we
Then
can
how do you
dismiss
get
it,
an
right?
absolute W?
Simulation.
So we can dismiss
He's
it, right?
arguing.
We can dismiss it.
No, he's
No.
arguing for the
Wait,
fact
that
that
means we can
it's
dismiss it. What?
unfalsifiable.
No,
For the
it's
reason
not.
that it's
That's not.
No,
Thank you.
how do you know
Okay.
it's the most possible? Hold on, hold on. That's a good
The
point.
fact it seems like
Thank
Have you guys
unfalsifiable
been in?
means
You guys have
can't
been in
rule
this
it out.
discussion. You've been in
Kosho.
these discussions for so long.
Hold on,
How is
Carney.
it that only Don, me,
Kosho.
and Kosho understand this philosophical argument?
Because you
Because
live in
all
freaking
three of you
ignorance, man.
are. Yeah. So, Kosho, let me ask you. So, if it's open to whatever interpretation, how do you know that
man.
yours is the best one?
Listen,
We
Silent Zero.
don't.
When I say
Hey,
that you're
don't.
not
I mean,
listening,
the whole
I mean,
thing
no,
is.
Silent Zero. When
No,
I say that you're not listening, I want you to actually listen this time.
yeah,
Because
no,
I've stated clearly, nobody is claiming that their interpretation is the most correct one or the true one. What we're saying is, because of things like you said, simulation theory, which is silly because it's unfalsifiable, but because it's unfalsifiable means it can't be proven or disproven, and because it can't be disproven means that there's a small, even if it's the most unlikely of chances, that it's a possibility that it's true. Which means
actually,
it'd be
no, it's
wrong.
not. It could be
Which
dismissed.
means
Hold
that
on.
it's wrong to claim certainty about the contract.
No, it actually could
So
be
I can say
dismissed.
anything.
Respect
So
time.
hold
When you
on,
claim
hold on,
absolute in the
guys.
present,
Hold on,
you
let's
know
let
that.
let's let
Hold on.
Elbow
DV,
Hold
respond.
control
on,
yourself,
guys.
bro. Hold
Guys.
on, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's let
So
Elbow.
I can
Hold
say.
on.
I can say.
Hold on for a
Oh,
second.
go ahead,
let,
Gio.
let's just let Elbow respond because he's been trying to get in.
Yeah, it could be dismissed because you can't falsify it, so it could just be dismissed.
That
Yeah, I was
the
gonna say.
response.
So, Kosho, I can say any kind of bullshit since you cannot disprove it. It's possible.
No, it's not saying it's
Maybe.
possible. If it's unfalsifiable, it's unfalsifiable.
It means it's not
Unfalsifiable
absolute.
it means you can't disprove it.
Well, just
So it
like
could just be
Chronic saying he got a
dismissed.
W.
It's got to be
that's
ground.
not a
It's got to be
W. That could
Groundhog
just
Day.
this just
I
it's
swear.
just the only thing it could be done is just be
Fine.
dismissed because you can't
Dismissing things,
because
being
it's
able to just dismiss things means
unfalsifiable.
there's nothing out.
It's unfalsifiable. You're just making a claim without any factual evidence, bro.
Sustain.
No one's
No
making
sustain of it.
the claim. That's the point. That's the part that you guys aren't listening to.
Oh,
When people say it's
this might be
unfalsifiable, that doesn't mean that we're agreeing to what the claim is. We're saying because the claim exists, because there's a reality in which you could be wrong about what you're stating, even though maybe none of us agree on that reality, but it does exist some possible small chance probability of you being wrong about this. For that reason alone, it'd be wrong to not claim that it's correct, but to be claimed for certainty that whatever you're stating is correct.
So the Earth could be flat. Hold on. So the Earth could be flat, right, Kosho? So the Earth could be flat.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
Of course.
Welcome to
Yeah,
Flat
he's
Earth.
not scared of that no more.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
They'll say it.
Who's ever any logical person who understands this philosophy argument would
Yeah, you're
would
the smartest
answer that and say,
motherfucker
yeah, of
here.
course.
Nobody understands
Yeah.
anything
No,
that you're
Chronic.
saying. Yeah.
You are not smart at all, buddy.
I mean, it's
Okay.
just philosophy, man. It's that's nothing to do
It's
with
Groundhog
reality.
Day.
get
This
right
conversation
there.
just happened like 30 minutes ago. It's going to happen again an hour and 40 minutes
You're
from
the
You
now.
don't
one
like it,
created
you're
it.
free to live, buddy.
I
It's
can't
okay.
believe y'all
obviously.
disrespect and unappreciate the maybe. There are ballers that won't even give you the fucking maybe, and that's what makes me sick. Y'all
Yeah,
should
man.
respect these guys.
Yeah, we should
Maybe
we should get an
no.
ounce of
I
respect for that.
definitely do not give maybe to the simulation.
Oh, Don is saying Kosho and I giving a maybe to Silent's answer is worth an ounce of respect. You don't agree?
No, because I don't know he's
Well,
been not being genuine.
That's just straight up rude. Then.
I was just being an asshole. Sorry.
I have listened to Kosho for a long time. I know he's not honest about that.
Yeah, he's
answer,
definitely not
so.
honest. You might be honest, but not kosher.
Oh, you know.
To be fair, I doubt there's very
I
many.
could easily say why you would say that, but it would be very insulting, and
I would have to say that I don't think there's too many flat earthers in here that would say there's a maybe it's a spinning ball.
Don't worry about my feelings,
because
Kosho.
you know why? Though? I believe we live in an objective reality. I mean, I know we live in an objective reality.
Well, of course, everybody who's in this conversation, by the fact that we agree that science is a method that works, the whole purpose of science is that we as different individual people can approach the objective reality. But none of us have complete access to it. And
Well,
that's where
Elbow,
the
you got
uncertainty.
Elbow.
You think you don't?
You got to admit though, a few minutes ago, I had you in that tizzy. I had you spinning your wheels on that statement you made about I can't prove simulation theory. Therefore,
Yeah, well, I mean,
come on, you that was a classic.
that was a
but,
good one. That was a good one.
Yeah. Anyways, it's an interesting argument. It just in my opinion, and you guys could care less, obviously, but I think it's I don't know. I think this conversation happens too much, and I think it misses a lot of like,
Nuances.
deeper a deeper argument on the substance of some of the like scientific studies and stuff, instead of just the philosophy of how well we think we understand things.
And this conversation will stop whenever people like you stop living outside of reality.
Yes.
Yeah, they're saying that chronic
It's interesting.
also.
I was going to say it's interesting from the start the paradoxical nature of stating that there are no absolutes.
Yeah,
because you're making an absolute statement. You're making an absolute statement. About
How do you know? How do you know?
It's
Descartes
inherently.
actually gives an example of an absolute statement,
which is what?
Which is I think, therefore I am.
I mean, it's just infinite regret. It's just an infinite regression bullshit. Like, how do you know?
Yep.
How do you know? How do you know?
The one that Descartes says he does. You have to know, but it has to be true. There's people argue against that one, but I think that's true. That one you can be certain about, that you exist. Because if you're thinking that you exist, then you have to exist in order to make that thought. So.
Do you really need Descartes to tell you what to think or what not to think? We just gave you two examples: a chopped off head and being able to live without water. Do you really think Descartes can argue that?
Being born.
Yeah, your examples that you gave, I think, were the worst ones so far. Because these four examples,
like what?
These four examples.
What do you define as by living?
These four examples are basically kind of describing the same thing, whether you're like a brain in a vat or simulation or psychotic or dreaming. These are like the people usually go to and say, well, that could be what's actually happening, and maybe what you think right now is actually not, even though it seems correct, it's not correct. And all those things are very possible. So the examples you gave, SC, they fall under the category of being it seems like that's definitely true, but what if it's one of those things I just said, like you're a brain in a vat, or you're dreaming, or you're psychotic, and the thing.
You know what's crazy though? You know what's crazy?
They're using.
You know what's crazy? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What's crazy is that the whole imagine this is a globe thing has got your brain just just garbage right now, bro.
Let me say, they're using this argument from, I don't know the name of the guy, that says that you have a cat in the fucking box, and that cat is alive and dead at the same time, right? Because you don't know the possibility. It's
Those two arguments are not even tangential to one another. They're not even on the same sphere.
Schrodinger's cat. Yeah.
Schrodinger was a theoretical physicist, not a philosopher.
Let me finish, Kosho. Yeah. So that shit is stupid, right? Because we know there's a reality. Regardless of what people may think, there's a fact. Either the cat is dead or alive. There's a fact, a statement of fact, of truth. You may think, but just because you think that it's alive or dead, it doesn't make the cat become alive or dead. So
both. They think it's both alive and dead.
they're retarded.
The point that
Yeah,
Schrodinger
go ahead,
was
Jace.
making wasn't about the cat. Like, it's gone way over you guys' head.
We're all smart.
This is all about the philosophical ponderings of paradoxes.
Yeah, we don't get it. We don't
wasn't
get it.
about the cat, man. It was about the principle of superposition with
I was going to say,
quantum phenomena.
What I heard was that when he originally made this,
Which is what?
When he originally made this thought experiment, or this, he was saying it in some conference or something. I think that he was actually showing the absurdity of superposition.
He was.
Even though he agrees with it. He was displaying to people how absurd the idea is.
Are you sure, Kosho? You're not making
of multiple
Jace agreed.
Yes, that's what he was doing. Him and
Yeah,
Einstein were trying
are
to show how absurd superposition would be.
now, are you absolutely sure about that?
With
How do you
high
know? For real?
confidence.
How do you really know?
That's a new one here. We gotta keep using that shit.
Yeah, this is a new one here. Yeah, first time I hear that one.
First time I heard it was in these circles as well. And there's new information when I heard it. But regardless, I just want to make clear that Chronic, myself, and other people who understand, what we were talking about before about, objective reality. One of the axioms that you use when discussing with other people, anything you're saying socially, anything you're saying scientifically, you kind of have an unspoken, unwritten axiom that you do that you are accessing objective reality, and that you're not, a brain in a vat or in a simulation or in a psychotic or something. Otherwise, you would doubt your own thoughts.
Don't need
and
that.
What you're hearing and stuff. So I'm just saying,
that may happen to you. That may happen to you, Kosho, not to me.
People do use laws like the laws of nature, the laws in science, this kind of stuff as actual laws. But not
Are you
without
absolutely sure of that, Kosho?
Hey guys, so yes, the thing Kosho said that you could have the philosophy of you're not a brain on the vat and you can make this assumption. It should be easy to have an on-off switch and just politely discuss which version you're talking about. It's no big deal.
Exactly.
We don't need to discuss reality. We're discussing reality.
I mean,
if you guys want to discuss about Star Wars and alternative universe, I mean, I don't think this is the place.
Yeah, I mean that's the question though, man. If you are absolutely sure about anything, can you have an actual discussion, man?
Just for the record, Chronic is the one that brought this up.
I mean, but
you didn't listen to what I just said. If you're asking that question, Albo, I literally just said exactly that. That
are you absolutely sure that you didn't listen,
don't ask questions. This is why you get confused even when I'm done speaking, because you're not listening. You're talking.
You can't use the word absolute.
We're not listening.
What I just said was that even though this idea, even though this, within ourselves or whatever, you have this philosophical understanding that, there's some uncertainty when dealing in when you're having any social interaction or you're doing scientific testing or whatever it is, you don't you don't use this fact. Use the axiom that you do have access, and the laws of nature and all this type of stuff are the same for everybody. Unless your test is testing
about that
idea.
The thing is, do you think that the person that you just had the conversation with, that you can't be sure about anything, is gonna actually, give you any kind of credence or actually?
This is what I'm saying. That you use an axiom that they are real and everything is real and all that type of stuff.
Right. It's an illegitimate form of argumentation, really, or it's an illegitimate point to bring up. But because because what Koso just said is why it's illegitimate or irrelevant to even bring up. Well, how do you even know anything? Okay, well, you're gonna live and you're gonna die. Well, how do you even know that? I mean, that just at some point it's just stupid.
But this is
else you can't have a conversation.
I want to know that shit.
He's saying Chronic was saying that the conclusions the guy came up with were. Yeah, but he said the conclusion. He was brought it up because the paper that we're talking about, the conclusions the guy came up with were in reference, in the frame of all the things that specifically him, and but he assumes everybody in the world knows. So those conclusions are only based on what is currently known and was accepted as, what is accepted as a model of.
Was he absolutely sure about those were the conclusions? Kosho.
Well, I mean, he ends up being wrong. Ultimately, there was things he left out, which is where the flaw is. But he stated what his conclusions were. If this is true, then this is true, or this is true. But then he also said it could be the case that our entire idea of redshift is wrong. In which case, basically nothing I'm saying is correct. So, and like I said, the reason why he's wrong is outside of all of that. So,
let me ask you, Kosho, why is Ben taught in taught in schools as a true fact?
What is what? What's taught as a true fact?
Why? Yeah, why he's been teaching in schools, that kind of stuff.
What? What is it that
What
you're
you're
talking
talking
about?
about?
What's the subject?
The red
Why is it
shift and
taught?
all
Why
this.
is what taught in schools? Yeah, redshift taught in schools because we know redshift is real.
Are you absolutely sure?
I mean, that's the current understanding that redshift is real, and that's what the evidence shows, and
Then-
that's what Yeah.
And why is Ben? If there's a possibility that it's not true, why is Ben teach?
Because I think that's the problem with the way you guys are thinking about all this. You guys claim that just because there's a possibility something's not true, that means
Fuck
that you can't even treat it as if it's true. That's not how it works. If something seems like it's true, and there's a small possibility it's not, and you're leaving that open for some time in the future, that's no reason to discard the reasons why you think it's true, and holding it as the most true, the most truth that you hold it. Like,
you know what?
The only reason why somebody's bringing it up
the
is
real
because-
question is what if you're a brain in a cat?
very funny.
The only reason why anybody's bringing it up is because Chronic forced it.
Yeah, well, when you say we,
Well,
that's
it's a
the problem.
shame
I
then
think
to
that
tell us the argument.
The
Get back
problem
when
with
we're
saying this kind of
we,
things.
like you have to trust everybody. That's the problem with the whole thing.
The problem is that when you say stuff like that, we can start questioning everything that you say, right? Are you absolutely sure? Is that true?
Yeah, but you don't.
Then at that point, everything that you say is just a joke, right? For you and for us.
That's what I'm saying. That's silly. If you honestly think that
It's
way,
not.
I honestly think that maybe you're not really thinking about what's being said, because if you think about anything that you know,
How do you?
Listen, Kosho, here's the problem. Listen to this.
They give the certainty to which they know it, meaning that they
This is
tell
the problem. I give you.
They tell
Hold
you
on.
that
I
they
give
tell
you.
you that. No, dude, just hold up, dude.
All right,
I'm in the
I'll
middle of
wait.
saying something. Yeah,
It's like
whenever
you're
they
taking both
claim they know
sides of the
something in
argument,
science, they claim they know something to a certainty. They leave the they say how certain they are about it, meaning I think this thing at the certainty of like 99.9999%, right? And it's the same as anything
Got
else.
it.
If you're
All right.
talking about wrestling
All
being
right.
fake,
So
there's a certainty that you know it. You know what I mean? It's not like
all right,
100%
Kosho.
certain.
Got you. Now allow me to show
It's
you
hard
how
to get my
you.
thought out when you do that, man. So just try not to continue to do that. What I'm
Oh,
saying.
let me just show you and demonstrate how you are in the fucking upside down world. I give you a true statement, a fact of life that we observe, right? Witness and everything that you want. Every single human being will die at one point. Then you go ahead and say, well, that's not true. But then you go and take something that you cannot test, prove, demonstrate, and make it as a possibility, and then you start teaching it to everybody as a true fact.
What
right?
if they end the
Into
simulation,
somebody,
bro?
until
Before
somebody,
it finishes?
until somebody comes with an alternative explanation of your bullshit made up.
Here's the problem,
Okay, what if
Sub-Zero.
God pauses the
Don,
simulation
it's time for me to
forever?
respond to what he just said to me, Don. So hold on, dude. I don't want to be interrupted, please, because I got to start over and I forget what the fuck I was saying, and it's just fucking difficult. But yeah, what you just said, you said about we're gonna die one day, and then my claim is no, we're not. When is that? That's not the claim. That's not the claim at all. No one is saying that that's not going to happen. No one says they think that's not going to happen. What's being said is, I know for certain, 100% certainty, that you will die one day. And what the opposing claim is that you don't know that for certain. Okay? That doesn't mean that there's anybody claiming it's not going to happen. That doesn't mean that anyone's claiming it's not going to happen. It's just saying that there's a certain probability that that's incorrect.
There's
and you can
not. That is incorrect.
What's the probability? Can you give me the
What are
probability?
you basing? Hold on. What are you basing that statement off? Out of what?
On your certainty that something's going to happen.
Yeah. What are you basing? You're saying
there's no certainty that we're even having this conversation.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. what I'm saying is that the levels
Guys,
of
let's dial it back a
levels
little.
of tip.
Let's dial back the intensity just a notch. It's good though.
Or
I
the
mean,
absurdity
what's
of not.
what's
How about
what's
that?
what's the probability?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Can I say?
No, he said there's a
Possibility
probability.
that we're going to be able to dial it back a notch.
What? Let me just ask you this one question.
It's more around
Go ahead,
the
Sugar
and the
Cookie.
philosophical nuances are getting ignored of the whole thing. You know, because
What's
it's like
that now?
you can keep going on saying, you know, these are absolutes, and just by saying that's an absolute, you're making an absolute statement. So there's a paradox, and the philosophical nature of this whole thing is kind of just being ignored. But it's important in that I think that everyone's here. Well, everyone's here. I think because we're all aware that the flat Earth has given a valid challenge to what we assume the scientists are telling us is either true or not true. So, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a valid challenge on the table. So to use we know this scientifically as a standard of anything at this point isn't really, you know, valid as well at this point.
Or you may not having this conversation at this point. Why the fuck even talk anymore?
Nobody believes that though, man.
Oh man.
I mean, honestly, it's almost once you understand that there's certain people in this conversation who don't even understand what we're talking about. There's no point continuing this conversation because the point is most people, almost everybody, goes with the axiom that they're not dreaming, they're not hallucinating, that they're not a brain in a vat, and they conduct scientific investigation or any social interaction as if that's again not the case, and that there are certainties and things like that.
Right, so there is absolute.
Trying to point out the problem is you're including in those basic axioms that scientists are telling us the truth.
I mean, it's just well, the problem is, Control, also is that you switch on and off whether this could be blah, you know, simio, whatever, and then go from no, this is absolute, yada yada yada, and that's where the clash is, because then we're saying okay, yeah, we can measure this, this is what it is, you know, the Earth is definitely measured flat, but then you'd be like, yeah, it can be, but we can't be certain about that because it could
nobody
be a
argues. That's what I'm saying to you. The philosophical conversation we were just having, regardless if people understand that, or if you're from a place that doesn't understand that or not, that was a philosophical conversation. The way in which we conduct scientific investigation and the way in which we conduct social interactions is as if we rule as an axiom that that's not. We can rule that out, so we can come to certainties in this other stuff because we've ruled out the whole brain in the vat thing and all other stuff. Not that it's not the case, but just because it makes conversation meaningless if you're gonna
right,
live,
but the whole thing is you're doing a philosophical, you're having a philosophical conversation, but who was the other? I forget your name. I didn't see you light up. The Spanish dude here as well. He's telling you an abs. Cilantro, man. Sorry about that, but I'm half asleep. He's actually telling you no. This is an absolute, not philosophical. It's for certain that you live and you die. And then you want to make it philosophical. We're like, well, there's a possibility that this is not even a real. This is just not a reality. It's a simulation. But he's telling you, no. I don't care what shit about your philosophy. For certain, you're gonna live and you're gonna die.
It's like the sex robot argument, where you can
make
whatever. Yeah.
Well said.
And they
Elbo.
say that.
Well, he admitted to
based on what?
having the
Just on your philosophy that you have? Fuck off. Sorry. Get mad at this.
Yeah, they take
Logical.
reality and they try to put it into fantasy la la land, and they expect us, to be okay with it. No, sorry guys, we live in
At least
reality.
not with me, Izzy. Yeah, not me, Izzy. I don't fall into that bullshit.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know if I'm just saying the same thing over again, but if the Earth is flat, then we have to assume that there's a concerted effort to make us think it's not, and everything that we reference scientifically
is totally up in the air and questionable, it shouldn't be stated as a fact any longer, or at least not in this conversation between these people that understand there's a possibility, very good possibility, that it's not a spinning ball at this point.
Like if you're gonna argue
Oh,
life
we're-
and death, I mean, come on. I mean,
Not even that. Their model is based all in misunderstanding observations of the nature that we
But-
live in.
But
That's all it is.
Then the issue becomes this: that they want to say that no, the measure, the Earth is a measured flat. That's philosophy. That's pretty much what you're trying to. When he said, "Oh
Where's
yeah, it's
the
a
Earth
hold on."
measured flat?
So when he says, "Oh yeah," it's a it's a possibility just because he's speaking philosophically. It could be a simulation.
The problem is
between
that- that's what I'm saying, the
philosophy and sophistry.
Yeah.
The problem is nobody here is listening to each other, man. Because as was stated, that was a philosophical conversation, and that in no way is like leaks over into scientific explanations or understandings or discussions. Like we're separating the two and making sure that it's clear that whenever we're talking in the realms of anything else other than that specific philosophical conversation, nobody uses that as a a conclusion. Like whenever somebody gives them a measurement or something, we could be dreaming. Nobody says this.
Kocho, with
That's
all due
right.
respect, bro, nobody asked you to philosophize.
Yeah, and that's what I think you missed the part what I said. I think he dropped off again. And he must have-
Does he think that saying that you will die someday is a philosophy thing? A
No,
statement?
and that's the thing that he was speaking philosophically, right? But you were being
Chronic forced it
Yeah,
onto the entire thing.
Yeah. And the whole thing was that you weren't speaking so philosophically. You were being
No, y'all back it up then. What? How did all that bullshit start?
I don't know.
How did all
I
that
got
bullshit
here.
start? See,
I got
yeah.
Chronic
Chronic
said,
what?
"I've heard
What?
it for the 800th time or whatever."
Yeah,
and
What?
he said what he was projecting his previous conversations onto what we were talking about before.
He was
And then
saying there's
he was-
empirical.
How do
we
you
know
finally know
empirically-
something or not?
We know
Yeah.
empirically that the redshift exists, that the observations of these late quasars exist, and referencing it as if it were a fact. And then we started questioning him about what he meant by empirical, if the hypothesis was included in that definition.
That's a great point. He said that it was empirical, which means there's no doubt.
That's
Here we
why I
go.
went
That
on him
is
and I said,
true.
Full
wait.
circle. Full circle.
Yeah, sorry. That's why I questioned him and I said, wait a minute, did you say empirical?
But that's why I guess he
That's
brought
where
it
all
up.
this
He was saying to the best of the now, he was going, now you could always have the philosophical argument of saying blah, 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 crazy thing, brain in a jar. But like, if that's how it started, then I guess that's all it was he was just telling you that he has a high level of confidence in this redshift thing. But I think it's weird. It's the conclusion of the source of the redshift. They know this phenomenon happens. It's about why it happens. They're never going to tell you that, man. That's the philosophical.
Silent asked him if it was not empirical. He asked him if it was, oh man, I had it. I'm sorry, I lost it.
It was theoretical or
Hypothetical. Yeah. No, a
Yeah, it was a
hypothesis. A hypothesis.
It was based
there
on
it
a
is.
hypothesis.
That's right. Yeah.
That was what I originally started, because the paper from what Kosho sent over on that page was based on the
redshift hypothesis.
Yes, the cosmological redshift hypothesis. Yes, that's what it was.
And whether that made
So that's where the beginning.
the thing that which it was reading off about them saying that, or stating, some of these guys stating that, or this certain guy he was reading quote from, saying that the Copernican model was just as valid and viable as the heliocentric model, or the Ptolemy model would be just as viable.
Look, we should come to at least some mutual understanding that some things we'll never know, right? And other things, I mean, they're obvious. They're absolutes. Death, right? Birth,
Yeah.
death.
Yeah.
The necessity of water to live. Yeah.
Chicken. We should start with like sticking
the
to
burner
reality.
to your hand. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
if we can't
we
agree.
need to be on a stationary Earth to be alive. That's a pretty good assumption.
No, but even before that, like we can argue stationary or shape, but there's some absolutes. Like, come on, man. And there's some things we'll never know, right?
Well,
Like if we
without a
can't agree
container,
on that those basics, I don't know.
that's what we're trying
mean,
to get to, though, too. Like that, without a container, we wouldn't be alive. You know, that is an absolute, right? Without the air
I will
pressure.
agree with you on that. Yes.
And this is the problem, though. They like I was stating earlier, is that he was trying to make it a philosophical, where yeah, maybe, you know, but when Silent Zero was saying, he was trying to be, you know, a certain, you know, this is for certain, this is an absolute that you pretty much die, and that's where the clash was with Kosho. Kosho.
Yes, that was yeah.
It becomes selectively philosophical a lot of times in these arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's an absolute statement, they want to say they want to assert as scientific. That's great, but then if it's something that it corners them, then they want to say, well, nothing's absolute.
That's perfectly well put.
Yeah, Karl Popper did a number on them. Karl Popper, what a disaster.
This is not Karl Popper related. I don't think that was well put. The better way to put it is when we have these discussions, or when we're talking about anything, or we're having any social interaction, it's an unspoken axiom to assume that you're not hallucinating, you're not dreaming, you're not.
This
you're
is
not
like
in a
the third or
simulation.
fourth time you said this.
It's an unspoken axiom. So
But
that's
wait,
the
Coach,
point. Is everything that we discuss,
Coach,
we're not saying where there's a possibility we won't die. We're saying
we're
we
not
know. I
arguing
know I
about
will
that.
die. Everybody knows
That's
they're going
not
to die.
That's not the
Assuming
point
that
that was
those
being
first
made,
things
though.
are true.
That's not the point that's being made. It's the fact that there's always some kind of if this then that type thing with like horizons, you know, or whatever it is. You know, it's the leading edge of a geometric sphere. But then it's not if it's refracted, you know, and it's the way that it seems like the arguments are really hard to pin ballers down with. And it's not because they're trying to claim that, oh, we could just be a brain in the vat. It's all in the details of the selective interpretation that works to support the model almost unconsciously, because we all did it before we decided it wasn't possible.
And that is exactly why I said that was well put.
Yeah, but those subjects, it's not related to the philosophical one. Anything that you're saying, anything that's stated by anybody should be backed by evidence, right? I mean, there should be reason and evidence behind what they're saying. If not, then I'd agree with you. But usually, when people make claims like that, it's because there's evidence to suggest that.
And Kosho, that's what I was saying, that you wanted to have a philosophical question, but Silent Zero was telling you, sorry, I'm calling you Cilantro. Silent Zero was being. Sorry, I think I got off. Was being, saying this is for certain. This is not philosophical. You will surely die. That's what he was trying to say. And then I still wanted to say no. Philosophical.
Yeah, he brought that up in the philosophical conversation. That's why.
Right, but that's
otherwise we just go by the axiom that we're not hallucinating and not dreaming and not in a simulation.
Yeah, but
100%. But that's the.
Can you understand what we're saying about the whole selective interpretation thing? Why that gets frustrating?
It's not selective. That was a specific conversation about that. Things brought up in that conversation. So anything outside of that, we're not going to use that interpretation. We're going to assume that we're not hallucinating or dreaming or in a simulation.
You're you're on repeat right now, dude. You're glitching.
We're not talking about the brain in the vat simulation idea anymore. We're talking about the real life arguments that go on every day about this topic, and how it seems as though, at least from our side, that the support of the model selective interpretation is usually the one that we're trying to argue against, and it goes both ways, like with gravity or anything else. It always works to support the model. Maybe it was reverse engineered to make everyone that believes in it think that that's just the facts. But when you start bringing up the idea that if it's not a ball and if it's actually flat, then all of these scientific references are all of a sudden up for grabs and not necessarily as factual as we all assumed as well.
Why don't you give an example of one of these things that there's one interpretation one way, and then the second it goes against the
I
globe.
just did with the
The opposite
horizon. The
interpretation.
horizon with it, it's not. It's the horizon. It's supposed to be the edge. It's actually a physical blocking of the object in the distance. But then if it's not really, seeming to be that way, then we'll say it's refraction. And it seems like there's a lot of things like gravity. It could be very strong. It could be very weak. And scientifically, they could say, yeah, well, it's a mass. It's about the mass and the volume and all that. But it does seem like these are things that we all kind of have to objectively look at, no matter which side you're on, and not just assume that science isn't necessarily provided us with all of these facts in the way that we thought.
But neither of those things are contradictions or ad hoc whatever, because like the horizon does obstruct things, and sometimes refraction changes just where the horizon is going to do that. And then the other thing, it'd be better if you
Wait, stop right there. Stop right there. If you say the horizon obstructs things, you're saying that that's the leading edge of the sphere.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that's the I don't consider spheres having edges, but I do say that between you and some object,
That's curvature.
With you and some object, depending on the distance between the two of you, there may be enough curve from the sphere that you're on in between you that would be obstructing it. But I mean, we can call it leading edge just for sake of conversation, but I just wouldn't consider a sphere having an edge.
Okay, but regardless, you know what I'm talking about. The curvature either blocks it, or we're talking about an apparent horizon all the time, which we know the horizon always is. So it's either an apparent horizon, and there's never a way to call it curvature, or it's curvature.
Yeah, I know, but the apparent horizon, whether you call it apparent horizon or horizon, because they do mean the same thing, that's exactly what's being claimed. The horizon is caused by, or the apparent horizon, whatever you want to call it, is caused by the fact that if you're on a sphere and there's something with enough distance from you, there's going to be enough curve between you two accumulated that it's going to obstruct it. And so there's going to be a limit to how far along the surface you can see. So, but yeah, you're right though. Apparent horizon or horizon, they're synonymous. Yeah.
So the line that we see that's the apparent horizon isn't the curvature.
Also,
No,
it doesn't go left to right.
It's caused by the curvature.
It only goes in front of you.
What I'm saying? This is exactly what I'm talking about. You want to call it the curvature that's blocking the thing in the distance, but then you want to call it just an apparent horizon when it's convenient. It seems.
You can call the apparent horizon the curvature if you'd like to, but I mean, if you want to be correct, you would say it's caused by the curvature. But I mean, both would be correct in my opinion. I don't see what the.
So do we ever see curvature blocking something physically?
Well, like I said, the curvature is causing that block the horizon. So that's why it might be confusing if you say the curvature is you're seeing the curvature, because then you can say things like the curvature is blocking it. But in reality, it's the curvature of the Earth that creates the observation of the horizon, which is the thing that's blocking whatever you're seeing.
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the left to right not curving a thing, or is the curvature always just in front of you? It doesn't.
That's exactly the problem that I was saying about claiming that the horizon is the curvature, because then somebody else might say, well, what about left to right? How come you don't see that curvature? But in reality, when you're looking at the horizon, you're not seeing curvature. You're seeing effects of the curvature. Like the horizon is an effect of the curvature. And one of the reasons why it's more apparent straight ahead than it is left to right is the same reason when you have a pool cue and you want to see if there's any bends in it or anything, you turn it straight, because if you're looking at left to right, there's not going to be enough pronounced curve for you to see it. But if you turn it straight, you could see a lot more of the detail of the minute curves.
That to me that sounds like double speak.
It does, and so does the other thing too. But I don't think you realize it. I know. I appreciate your understanding of this, and I'm not saying it's wrong necessarily, as much as I'm saying that I think that if it is flat, and these have been kind of the way that it's been designed to be explained, so that it seems like it could be both and neither at the same time with the Schrodinger's cat. It's like if the curvature, if the horizon is just an effect of the curvature, then the horizon is not the curvature ever, or is it?
Honestly, it depends on how you want to say that. If you're
Is
we're
Schrodinger's
having this
cat
particular
neither?
conversation
Depends on how
and you want to be
Neither?
the most correct, then I would say the way I said it, that the horizon is a product of the Earth curving, and it's an effect, and it's you're going to experience the horizon because of the Earth's curving, and that saying the horizon is the curve, or saying that when you see the horizon that's the curve of the Earth, would be an incorrect stating it. But when you're using this colloquially, or you're talking even about this in this subject, I wouldn't consider it incorrect to say that. But if you want to be the most correct, I wouldn't say that it was the curvature. I would say that it was created by the fact that the Earth is curving.
Okay, and I'm not going to try to argue the point with you, more so than just to say, can you see how that could be frustrating from our point of view? Because that allows you to say it's one way or another without you even thinking of it that way.
Kind of like the cause is the effect and the effect is the cause.
Well, no, I mean, it shouldn't cause you to say anything differently. I mean, the only thing that it prevents you from doing is saying, well, if the Earth, if that's curvature of the Earth and it's curving everywhere, why can't you see left to right? And then that's why I would say, well, the Earth is curving everywhere. You're experiencing the fact that there's a horizon, but that's an effect of the fact that the Earth's curving. It's not like you're going to see horizons in all different vectors.
All right, so can you at least appreciate if the Earth is flat? Let's say we figured it out and it's been proven completely to all of our satisfaction. Can you at least appreciate the explanation you just gave being as brilliant as it is to explain how it could be a curve, how it could be a ball? You know what I mean? And the
Well, I mean,
wording of
it does match.
It's brilliant. It's brilliantly
It does
worded,
match.
and it's been explained to us to think of it that way, so that you can't prove it one way or another.
Yeah, but I mean, it does match it though. Like, for instance, like the horizon changes as you raise altitude, and on a globe, the math fits, the way it would work if it were as a sphere. If it were flat, you could say that the horizon would, you would see more horizon, see further if you were on a flat plane, but that would be strictly based on, the angle that you're viewing the Earth and also the extent of the edge of the Earth. Because if the Earth had an infinite edge, then that wouldn't be the horizon would always be some very distant, hazy, blur.
Well, there's
It would
still
be,
a vanishing
it would be
point.
based on wherever the edge was.
Well, there's still a vanishing point, and limits to our eyesight. So you can't say it would always just be this look like it goes forever, because there's a limit to how far we can see. But regardless of that, you have to appreciate
but that's a good point.
It's a brilliant explanation, right? It's a brilliant explanation. Let's say it is flat, and this is the brilliant way that they came up with to make people believe that it could be a ball without ever seeing any curvature or measuring any curvature or having any line across the way that's the horizon that's much longer than the distance that you're seeing out have any kind of bend to it whatsoever, and then still believe that it might be a ball. It's amazing. You would have to
but go back to that last point you
objectively how amazing it would be if it was flat, that these things
go back to that last.
go ahead, sorry.
Hey, what was that last point you just made? That's why I was wanting to respond to it, but you threw it all away. But what was that point you just made? You said regardless of that, about raising up.
That the fact that you're looking at it, like I brought this up to you before, and you explained the whole kind of paper towel roll idea of the whole thing, where you're not seeing curvature to the horizon at 30 miles stretch across, but you're somehow seeing curvature 4 miles out in front of you, enough to hide a boat. And it seems like there's a logical contradiction right there, but the way that you think about it, there is none.
No, but you just made a different point though a second ago about I thought it was about the damn, I forgot now.
But if it was flat, can you at least objectively appreciate how we've been taught to think of this to make us completely somehow think it could still be a ball, even though there's no sign of curvature anywhere. And I mean there's no measurement of curvature. We've been asking for that for a long time, right? There's no one that should be easy enough to come up with a real measurement of it.
Oh, I remember now. You said that there's a limit to how far you can see
Oh yeah, the
because
infinite.
of
You were talking
yeah,
about
whatever. Remember
if
the
it was
reason you said
infinite, it wouldn't.
yeah, but
It wouldn't
that's what
be.
I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I remember I was going to respond to it because when you were saying that there's still limits to what you can see and stuff like that. And that's the thing is on Earth, we never reach that limit because on Earth, when we see the horizon isn't dictated by how far we can see unless it's like super hazy or whatever. It's always
How far
dictated
away are
by
stars?
how
Wait, hold on.
our altitude.
Let him finish. Let him finish this point real quick. I'm
Okay.
sorry. What
Sorry.
was it? No, what was it you were
Yeah,
saying
I'm
about
just talking about on the
the
surface of the Earth
horizon's
and whatever.
limited not by our eyesight, by what? Again?
No, I'm saying on Earth, the horizon is a product usually of how high we are on the Earth, and what refraction is going to do with the distance of the horizon. But it's never, it's not usually calculated by the fact that we can't see as far with whatever optics we're using. Like it doesn't change with the optics that you're using, and it doesn't. It usually isn't calculated with that either. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying that the limits to our eyesight doesn't go into it.
Okay, so that would support the idea that it's a globe because it seems like there's a drop-off point that's somewhat limited by something other than just the optics.
Well, it just throws out the idea that the limits to our optics is one of the explanations for the horizon because it's never it can be calculated by using, just like I said, the altitude and things like that. So it's not really, it doesn't go into the calculations.
There was something earlier I was listening to. Some people were talking about the horizon rising to eye level, and somebody was arguing that it would do that on a ball too. I didn't get why they were saying that. That when you rise up further, that the horizon, I'm not saying it always does because I know when you go up in a plane, it's not going to always rise to your eye level. But the idea that it would, at a certain elevation, it rises to eye level doesn't seem to fit the ball idea. I'm not trying to start that argument, but we have a quick response to that. Someone was asking about stars.
Well, I don't think it does rise to eye level.
Oh, all I was saying is if you're, oh sorry.
Go ahead, man. Sorry. No, go ahead, man. Good. You're trying to say something.
All I was kind of just trying to point out the fact that like you're talking about there's a limitation to our vision. But so what is that? What is that limited by? Because how far away are the stars and we can see them just fine?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I was just because I don't. It would sound like that was a possible explanation for where the horizon is, and I don't think there's a limit to our optics outside of the cosmic horizon. Other than that, I don't think there is a limitation. Personally.
You don't think or you don't believe? I mean, it kind of seems ridiculous.
Both.
You're talking about trillions and trillions of miles.
Yeah, I don't. Other than the cosmic horizon or whatever they call it, I don't think there is a limit. And why would there be?
Well, I think that when you do look at the P900, which I brought up before, look at the P900 images, they don't seem to match what looks like a light coming from trillions of miles away.
Well,
yeah, of course.
That's exactly.
This is the gift. This is the gift of the Polaris. I just put in the live stream voice text. I mean, there's arguments that seem to be like the patented arguments that come from the ballers that this is a focus issue. It's just, you wouldn't expect it. You don't know what you would expect, so you can't say this. You would know what you'd expect from, this is like, 6 trillion times 430. So it's 430 light years away, this object that we're seeing in this GIF right here. And can you intellectually be honest enough to at least to say you wouldn't expect that's what you'd see? It doesn't look anything like a light that's bright enough to shine that far. And there's details, there's little edges and stuff you can see all over the place. It doesn't seem like it's far away at all. But to believe that that's 430 times 6 trillion miles away does seem a little bit ludicrous. You have to give us that.
It seems like a horrible picture. Yeah, I agree.
There's edges. You can see some definition there. I mean, there's hexagons all over the place. You can just define in all these little images. It's surprising.
I mean, I have a picture.
Can you at least say that's surprising? The image that's surprising that would be the image we get from 430 light years away.
What do you mean?
Well, also
I
the
think
horizon.
it's poorly taken. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, the horizon, say like at sea level or on the beach, and you see further as far as as far as the water meets the sky. Apparently, well, you can see stars beyond that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. But that's my point too, though. That the horizon isn't defined by the limits of how far you can see. Yeah, I think you can see much further than that. Yeah, I agree.
But if it's defined by the curvature of a ball and we see much further than that, what do you say about that?
I would say that, and you'd have to include refraction and see if that is explaining why you're seeing further. If it's not if it's not a possible answer, then I would.
Could you see that? Could you see that if it is flat, that the claims of refraction could be, just to try to support the ball more so than to actually explain?
It could be, but it also, it also, I have to remind you that refraction is real. So, because it's real, it makes sense that it has to be included. I mean, it's not like made up after the fact.
Yeah, but then again, the consistency that it would have to be to have all these observations to be refraction does seem a little ridiculous as well, right? Just objectively speaking. But it always seems to be like perfectly refracted so that this distance couldn't be validated somehow from the baller side.
I mean, or the angle that you're looking at from your feet is smaller than the angle from your eyeball to, the sky.
Yeah, the angle of attack, yeah.
I mean, if we both can agree that it's a real thing, then it may just be the case that making those types of observations really shouldn't be evidence one way or the other. And it's kind of where I am with it. I mean, I would say that because you can, if you actually understand refraction, and let's say you're high enough where you can use standard refraction or something, then I could say that you could use it as evidence. But I'm also of the mind that it's easier to just not use those types of observations as evidence because of the fact that, in the nature of this conversation,
the fact that there's a possibility it could be refraction rules it out.
Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah, I understand that, and I don't even like the black swan argument, to be honest, because of the fact that it could be argued against that. They're pointing out an actual horizon when we're claiming there is none, and blah blah blah. And these things are debatable, but I think it's all about the spin. The fact that if we have a Coriolis effect and the plane is flying against the Coriolis effect, that means the Earth is moving independently of the plane, correct?
Not so much. People express it like that sometimes, and I think that leads people to imagine I think we were talking about this the other day, but imagining like let's say a hot air balloon or something, leaving the ground and then now moving in an independent frame than the rotating Earth, when that would be a incorrect way of explaining what's happening.
With the conservation of momentum excuse or reason or whatever it is. But then I brought up the idea that this plane this F1 F-35B can fly 1,200 miles per hour, and get to a spot of different latitude with the conservation of momentum, contradicting what it's lockstep with the Earth. So you should be able to then, with that extreme example, especially, be able to see the Earth moving independently underneath the plane. And the Coriolis effect requires the Coriolis effect only happens because the Earth is moving independently of the plane underneath separately.
Well, again, I explained this to somebody because I brought it up to somebody, like a pretty smart dude, just because I wanted to see if this had ever been done with a ballistic. And they did, because the way I expressed it, because using the plane is not really the best way to try and imagine it happening, because with the plane, it's got powered flight and there's going to be too much atmosphere involved. But I used a ballistic missile.
Wait, stop there. Wait, hold on, stop right there. Because it has an engine that could outrun the spin of the Earth, it seems like that would be more of a capability to try to get to the place where it's out of sync with the Earth and film the Earth moving independently of it. It could do that, right? Wouldn't you think?
You're gonna have a hard time. Have
With
a hard
that,
time trying to read. It's gonna have a hard time not or ignoring the Earth's atmosphere, because if it's in the atmosphere and it's moving in the atmosphere, it's even if you're telling it not to make any corrections or something like that, it's gonna be influenced by the air at least. So
sure,
it's
sure.
just
But I mean, it sounds like from the baller side, what they'd like to do is say, well, that that wouldn't be possible because the air would be able to make this plane that has 1,200 mile per hour capability and 40,000 pounds of thrust capability and can hover. Like somehow this plane wouldn't be able to get to a position where we could prove if this thing's actually spinning or not. And like the
well, no, but I
atmosphere
guess
is so strong and the winds would be so strong and in lock with the Earth that it wouldn't be able to, even with this plane's capabilities, it wouldn't be able to prove this spinning Earth. That seems a little bit like people are trying to say it would just be in lockstep and the winds would be doing this and that.
Yeah,
And,
you don't have two reference
no,
frames that way either.
yeah.
that's not what people are saying though. No one's, like I said, the reason why I explained to somebody else was because, like, again, that with the plane, it's just there. It doesn't get rid of those other influences. So it's not even just Coriolis UDC. There's so many other things. But with a ballistic, you can't actually explain what you're saying. And
Yeah,
the
but
dude did
I'm
agree
not.
with
Yeah.
what you were saying.
But
But
the
because if you
ballistic,
use a ballistic and you leave the
plane could
atmosphere,
act like the plane could act like a ballistic, and
yeah,
the
but it
ballistic,
couldn't.
regardless
That's
of,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
talking about getting a visual of the Earth moving, which is what the Coriolis effect says. Earth moves independently of the object above, so therefore it would be off course. So if it
Yeah,
didn't
but
correct for it, even just if it went up in the air a little bit, it should be automatically out of sync with the Earth, and the wind doesn't blow in all in one direction. I don't know how that's even a thing, but also when it gets up in the air, its greatest its circumference it's the greater circle that it's in is a larger circumference than the Earth. So you can't say that it would be going the same speed of the Earth right there.
yeah, it's there is the Coriolis that will, you will see something in the example you gave, but it's not going to be enough to. There's not going to be enough of lack of influence
Why
to
would you assume
only
that?
see that one thing. So that's why, I mean, that's why you have to imagine it without these other influences. That's why the ballistic missile that
No.
leaves the atmosphere works best, because the ballistic missile that you shoot from the equator to the 60th parallel directly north, that you don't correct its flight at any point, and
Well, it
that
doesn't matter.
leaves
I'm
the
saying
atmosphere,
that
goes
the
back in
fact
that,
that it,
things like there.
I
And
understand.
in that example, if it's viewing the ground beneath it as it's coming down, it will have retained that 500 miles per hour that it had at the equator,
Okay, wait.
and that would be witnessable.
Okay, so is the plane in a separate reference frame from the Earth when it goes up in the air?
No, yeah, no, the reference frame thing is not really a relevant thing here. It's when it
It
leaves.
is. I know
Whenever
you're talking about the third party
100%.
perspective is
yeah,
the
but
only reference
you can
frame, but
talk
it
about
is
it in either reference frame, so that's why
okay.
it's not really.
If you want to call it a
Doesn't make
sub-reference
sense.
frame or whatever you want to call it, it's in a different reference frame, and the Earth is spinning independently of the plane, which is why the Coriolis effect would even be in this discussion.
Yeah, but you can describe the Earth's movement, the planet. God damn, someone's calling me again.
This is what I find interesting, and I'm not saying that Kosha is doing this necessarily, but it does seem like that they bend over backwards to say that even a plane with this kind of capability somehow wouldn't be able to catch this moving Earth that we're supposed to be seeing in just a regular plane. If we're talking about Coriolis, there'd be a difference. You'd be able to put your camera out the window and see the Earth moving. And in fact, that never happens kind of proves it doesn't move, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, and I think the conservation of momentum is a double speak explanation as well.
Completely. And the fact that you go over a different latitude and if you start at 1,000 miles per hour, you're already going to be traveling faster than the Earth, according to their idea of conservation of momentum. So then you should be able to see the Earth move automatically as soon as you're up in the air, because you're at a different circumference. It's a wider circle, so you can't say it's in lockstep and that the wind always forces this machine to stay with this illusion of a stationary Earth. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's all about the spin not being felt, even if the gyro is is reading something, and we have a gyro in our head that should read something as well. And you know, maybe we can't pick up on whatever the electromagnetic static or whatever it is that's causing this, you know, rotation that's in sync with the stars or whatever.
That's that's what I was saying earlier. Is like that the gyro. I mean, if it's drifting, I mean, let's make power stations out of them
Right.
for perpetual motion.
Yeah, exactly. But there is something there, maybe. That we could be talking about an energy field, the vortex energy field that's constantly, you know, causing this effect. That's, you know, in sync with the stars at the 15-degree rotation above us. It all be integrated, you know, and it could be what they're hiding more than anything, is harnessing that power that you're talking about.
Yeah, cool. So there is such a thing as perpetual energy, actually.
Seems like it.
Sweet.
It's a constant flux. Or pulse, as somebody out here was talking about. Pulse encompasses it all because it's the contraction and the retraction all at once. Expanding and contracting.
Sorry about that. Anyways, I had a phone call, which interrupts
No
the.
worries. I was just giving you the
conversation, so I can't hear
scenario.
anything.
It's just that this is kind of like what I was trying to get at with what frustrates this side of the argument, because it seems like a lot of the times scholars argue these things that sound like doublespeak to us, but unconsciously they just think, oh, this is how science explains it, so that's the way it is. But if the Earth is flat, then anything that science explains has to be at least considered as possibly the right exact wording that you needed to believe it's a ball, you know? So it's like all these things kind of have to be put on the table. It's not necessarily fact anymore.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, as far as Coriolis goes, whenever it is, like I said, let's just use that example, the plane and then the ballistic that I gave. There's examples of Coriolis. You know, there's scenarios where you would expect to directly observe it, and there's scenarios where you wouldn't expect to directly observe it. And so, I mean, it's kind of being able to discern the difference between those two.
Is one of them reality and one a concept? Those two things.
No, like one is one where other things are influencing the movement of what you're talking about, and another is when you can separate all the other variables and isolate it into where the only variable you're seeing is that.
Right. You think that this machine I was talking about that could go 1,200 miles per hour and have 40,000 pounds of thrust and hover at that, you know, resistance, whatever the air / atmosphere / wind thing that's attached to the Earth that makes it stay so completely in lockstep somehow, but still be in a separate reference frame and fly against it, and all these other things that we're supposed to think is possible without ever seeing the Earth move independently of the plane, seems a little bit like you're trying to make excuses for why it wouldn't work rather than saying, oh yeah, that could work.
No, well, as I was saying before, they're not in different reference frames. I mean, there's everything can be in any reference frame, so that's not really
right. So no Coriolis. Perfect.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
that's not. No,
Well,
Coriolis is the effect.
Coriolis
is the effect of experiencing the deviation as viewed from a rotating reference frame.
No, see, that's what I think you're getting wrong. You think the Coriolis is only a visual thing from a third party's perspective. It's not. It's an actual displacement.
I didn't say that.
Would have to correct for. Okay, well that seems the way you're.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
That seems to be
no,
the way
yeah,
you're
but I'm telling
describing
you the definition. I'm telling you that definition of what it is. So because of the path, because the deviation is experienced from the rotating frame, doesn't mean that deviated path isn't going to have any effects in reality. So for instance, because the Earth is rotating, if you are viewing something from a rotating frame, and it's not like attached to the Earth, so if it's I don't know, like a plane or something else, you're going to see that deviation. And just like if you're in a car and your car's turning left, you're moving straight, but in the frame, in the frame of the car rotating or turning or whatever, you're going to still be going straight and you're going to hit the side of the car. So there's going to be real things that happen because of these fictitious forces, but that doesn't So it's not strictly an
Okay,
observational
I think
effect.
that you're
It makes
thinking
no
of it
effect.
as you're thinking of it as a car rather than a plane, because the plane breaks it. And once the plane goes, the Coriolis is supposedly caused from the difference between the plane's direction and the Earth spinning below it, which would knock it off course if it stayed on a straight heading. That means that the Earth is moving independently of the plane. You should be able to catch it out the window with a camera, anytime, every time. By the laws of what you're talking about, by the Coriolis effect, theory.
Yeah, that specific Coriolis effect that you're talking about is not the fact that these two things are moving independently. Is the fact that this thing is traveling in reference to the rotating frame. It's moving in a place to where the rotational speed left to or east to west, or west to east, I mean, is slower than it was, and the plane speed west to east, or not the plane, but the ballistic. We'll use a ballistic. Its speed is going to be whatever.
North to south plane.
God, if you could only hear yourself.
Any ballistic. I don't know who this person is, but any ballistic that's going west to east, it's going to retain the speed that it had when it was initially, launched or whatever it was. If it's not powered. So that's when you're going to experience that Coriolis. But it doesn't mean it's not because it's moving independent of the other object. It's because it's not attached to it.
Dude. Yes, it is. I think that's the problem with you not getting this. You're not getting this, dude.
Wow.
If the plane can travel east to west or north to south, it's not going to always be having the illusion that this spinning ball that only goes in one direction is somehow always stationary seeming. It can't. There is no Coriolis otherwise.
Yeah, but you do understand, like, you ever seen that thing where they have
the conservation of momentum.
Well, hold on, man. Hold on. That wasn't the end of my sentence, dude.
Sorry, does the Earth move under the plane?
That was the end of it. Hold on.
Well, you've been talking quite a bit. I've got a question for you.
Dude, and then I get interrupted after 2 words.
It's quite simple, because if you can answer this, then we can move on.
All right, you guys talk to each other then. You guys got it.
Hold on.
Does the Earth move under the plane? That's the question.
Does the Earth move under the plane is the question, Kosher. That's the question.
Do you want to go for that?
That's kind of what I was asking. Like the Coriolis is caused by the Earth moving under the plane. Or not?
Yeah, so can you answer that, Kosho? Simply, with a yes or no?
Conveniently now is not time for him to try to respond. We'll totally wait for you. Just wait for you, Kosher.
I mean, you're right, spot on. I mean, no offense to Kosho or anything, but we've let him go nicely and politely.
Oh, sorry. Is he gone, or you mean you let him go?
No. I mean, we've let him. It's been a.
Oh, sorry.
He's unmuted. Hold on, wait. He's unmuted.
We haven't really been trying to pin him down like you are.
You were toying with the idea. I see. It would be.
No,
a bit quick if you ask questions like that.
How about this? Whenever someone's talking, just don't persist in trying to interrupt them, right?
Yeah. Well, the same goes for me as well. If I'm talking,
then you have to go. And if that's not going to be the way that we're conducting the conversation, I'm not going to waste my time. So.
Okay.
Did you hear the question?
Well,
did you hear his question?
Yeah, I was in the middle of responding to you, actually.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
When I remembered the way the conversation was going, where I was.
The question is, does the plane move underneath the plane? Does the Earth move underneath the plane?
Yeah, you were asking that when I was in the middle of explaining something, but yeah, to answer that question, the Earth is moving, and the plane is above it. That's not really the question you're asking. Is the Earth moving independent of the plane moving?
Yes.
Which is really which is what I was about to.
That's the question.
What I was explaining was.
Or is it yes or no then?
If you've ever seen the observation of a cart or whatever, and it has like a little cannon in it, and it's moving, and it shoots the cannon up, and the ball falls back in the cart in the same spot. That's because of conservation of momentum.
Yep.
The conservation of momentum implies that when something is attached to something, and then just because it leaves, the Earth or whatever, it goes up, it doesn't. It retains that momentum of the Earth's movements. So whatever the Earth.
If you're on a trampoline on a train, and the train's
So
walking
whatever
along,
movements from
and you
the Earth
jump on the
before
trampoline, you think you're going to land in the exact place on the trampoline?
What if that ball, that ping pong ball that they shoot up and it lands in the linear spot that it was? What if it went if it was shot in the other direction? Would it be moving independently then, in relation to the train that it was originally attached to? It went in a different direction than the train was going.
I'm going to finish what I was saying before I answer your question. All right. All right. So yeah, when the plane leaves the Earth, when it leaves the ground of the Earth, that at that moment, it still is retaining the same momentum it had when it was attached to the Earth, the same momentum the Earth had. The only difference is now it can move across the Earth, and that fact is what's going to cause the Coriolis, that it's moving to places where its original west to east speed is
can I come
different.
in now then?
So
I don't know how long you talked for.
So when you think about it moving independent of the Earth, you have to remember that it's not truly moving. It's retained the movements of the Earth. So the Earth moving is not going to change.
Okay, can I ask a
Going in an
question?
opposite direction.
Unless it goes,
Real quick,
unless it goes
Kosho,
north to south.
but if it's going in an opposite direction, it's not going with the same direction as the original conservation and momentum's direction. Going in a different direction now, and the Earth is still moving in that same direction. You're saying that the Earth would have to be moving independently of the plane, right?
No, I'm saying that in the aspect of the whatever the Earth's movements are not going to be independent of the planes until it's traveling north to south or south to north.
That's what I'm saying. Now, when it goes north to south, then the Earth is moving independently of the plane, right?
Yeah, but as experienced by the Coriolis.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Right. That's
yeah, but only that's once.
So can I ask my question then?
Speed.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So when you look up in the sky and you see a plane on the flight line, like a line of a straight path, doesn't matter what direction that plane's flying in, it'll be flying straight. You don't see a plane like drifting off like to a slight curve unless it's turning, right? But if it's on a straight path, you never see a plane like drifting anywhere, unless you haven't seen a plane go in a straight line before.
I've seen
You're
the
saying
ISS.
that every time I see a plane going in a straight line, it must be going from east to west or west to east, not north or south.
I'm saying I've seen the ISS go across the sky.
No. We're talking about the plane in the sky,
That's
the real one.
fantastic,
Yeah.
guy. That's fantastic.
Now
when I don't agree with what you're saying in the middle of what you're saying, I'll just tell you that, right? But that's fine. But just wait till I'm finished, dude. When the
Don't start
ISS
talking about the ISS then when we're talking about a plane, please.
There seems to be a problem with angular acceleration that you brought up the other day. Any ideas on that? It's not meant to fly sideways, but according to this theory, if it conserves the 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and it moves into another latitude where the speed of the Earth is slower, or the opposite direction, then somehow the plane would have to accelerate sideways, and that doesn't happen. Just because there's differences in these latitudes fucks it all up. It fucks the whole globe model up. It ends the globe, in my opinion. This ends the argument. The fact that the plane treats every runway based in every which direction exactly the same, when there should be a difference, and there should be never a safe landing if we're talking about the Earth moving independently of the plane. Just the very fact that we look out the window every time we're in a plane and do never see the Earth moving independently of the motion of the plane proves that we're not on a spinning ball right there. Done. Forget about refraction or any of these other arguments.
Well, also, I mean, I'm not an expert or anything like that, but correct me if I'm wrong, but conservation of energy doesn't mean it conserves 100% of that energy. So, meaning if something's going 1,000 miles an hour, it doesn't mean something comes off the ground and it keeps that 1,000 miles an hour
right
consistently.
Yeah, and the fact that it's higher up in the air means the circumference is bigger than the circumference of the Earth that it would be pushed in, and the idea that the wind would be somehow causing an angular acceleration for the plane doesn't make any sense either. They're not meant to fly that way.
Well, and at that point, and at some point, it would be flying backwards.
Exactly.
Okay.
According to
I
that.
will say that.
Doesn't
I
make
got
any
correct what you said a second ago.
From the third party.
From what you're saying now, but you said a second ago about the conservation of energy. This is not relating. This has nothing to do with the conservation of energy. Conservation momentum.
Did I say momentum is what I meant?
Yeah, but yeah, when talking about the conservation momentum, yeah, the momentum is conserved completely. So,
well, 100% of it.
Yeah, I mean, if there's other, let's say that like if there's two vectors that is acting on the object, like let's say it's a football and it's falling back to the earth and it has some eastward or whatever velocity.
Never, I've never seen that happen though.
Yeah, but the momentum's going to be conserved, and if there's forces acting on it, like let's say the friction from the wind, the air resistance, and the it slows it down or whatever, that's something that's it's going to obviously subtract from it, but it's still conserved in that by
But do you
adding
see,
in the air resistance.
Kosho, do you see how the conservation of momentum actually messes up the whole thing, or it makes it even worse? Because if you're conserving that momentum and you're going from a latitude that's either higher or lower, and it's tangential speed, then it's going to have a difference between the speed of the plane in an angular direction than the speed of the Earth. And right there, you should be able to see a difference in the movement of the Earth relative to the plane's movement north to south. And you don't ever see that.
Yeah, I'm doing a calculation. Give me a second.
And then to act like,
oh, that's what we need. We need a calculation. Yeah.
And it
Nice
seems
one.
like it seems like to pretend that the wind or whatever it is that moves in perfect sync with the Earth would make this plane always have this illusion kept that the Earth is stationary. I mean, that would be so consistent in anybody's mind, or that there could be a calculation done for that when we know wind moves in all directions. It doesn't make any sense.
It's better to talk about dropping balls, that and things like that. And
So, I'm sorry, I joined in a little bit late in this conversation. Do you mind repeating the argument being made about
so if a plane goes up,
which one?
Ask him the first.
I heard a lot about the conservation of angular or conservation of momentum, especially, and I heard a lot of things that I see as correct on the face of it, but I want context before I say why things are wrong.
Just hang out and listen, and you'll get it.
Yeah, but I have hung out for.
Oh,
a
you
few
want the
minutes
fast track? You want the fast track? Yeah.
Sure.
Well, let me catch him up
Right.
real quick. Gummy Bear, it's just basically if a plane like the one I was talking about that has 1,200 miles per hour and has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance and can hover with all those capabilities and just a normal plane's capabilities, if it has conservation of momentum at one latitude and it flies north to south into another latitude, there should be a difference between the Earth spinning below it and the plane. That's what Coriolis is supposedly caused by. And if it's automatically correcting for that, you can suggest that. But if it's not trying to correct for it and it's trying to show that the Earth actually spins, it should be able to do that, right?
I have a question. Is it etiquette? what is the etiquette when
Why don't you let him
you
answer the question?
jump into a server and
Go on.
say, guys, can you please stop what you're talking about? And then repeat what you guys were just saying so that I can interject into the conversation arbitrarily.
Hold on, I'd like to hear.
Is that
him
etiquette?
try.
Is there an etiquette for that? Or?
I clearly asked,
Okay.
are you okay with
Alright.
this?
I don't know,
Just
but I
to be
think
fair,
I
yeah,
did it
he was
earlier.
Very respectful about asking what the argument was.
I didn't
was actually a
demand
lot
for
more
you to
respectful.
repeat. I
You
asked
know
if
what?
it's okay.
Instead of attacking Gummy Bear, I'd like to hear his response to the question.
Yeah. So did I.
So the way I kind of understood your question was, if you're say hovering at one latitude and then you
Hold
move
on,
to
no, wait. Can you read? That's not the way I presented it. A plane. Where that's coming from? A plane is flying from one latitude to another, and it conserves the original latitude speed, and it's flying into a different speed of a different
You might have to
tangential.
explain what the latitude is, though. You know what I mean? You might have to
Let's say it's going from 1,000 miles per hour, and now it's going down to 600 miles per hour. Now the plane, or even just like 10 miles into the next latitude, whatever that is, there's a difference. So the fact that there's a difference means that the plane would be sideways if it conserved all that, right? And it wasn't affected by the winds or whatever else. It would just be going sideways faster than the Earth, technically, by the laws of the conservation of angular momentum, right?
Yeah, And that
Right.
would be true if wind wasn't there. Yeah, that is true.
Right. So, okay.
So
But then to act like the
Wind
wind is
blows it
always
the other
slowing
way.
it, the wind's always slowing it down to be in this perfect sync with the Earth is what I think the ballers would like to think. But that
yeah,
doesn't
so
seem to be the
what
case.
the way I'd explain this is, okay, so you're starting out at that sideways 1,000 miles per hour, and then you move a little bit north. So now it's 990. And now what that means is the plane is 10 miles per hour slower than the air that's traveling there. And so what will happen is it'll have resistance to match that 990. And then it'll
Always
keep
perfect.
going to 980, and the wind will counteract that to balance
See?
out at 980.
But you understand why we have a problem with you thinking that the wind is always working so perfectly to make it seem as though the Earth is stationary for a plane no matter which direction it goes is kind of a little bit of a ridiculous claim, but also just doesn't seem like that would be possible, or that the plane couldn't outrun the Earth and get to a spot where it could show the Earth plainly spinning because it has 40,000 pounds
I
of
bet you
thrust
got a
and
story for it though.
Well,
I
yeah,
bet
so
he
the
has.
thing is, it is true that you can outrun this change. As in, if you move north fast enough so that the wind can't balance it out. That is why projectiles that don't rely a lot on wind, they have very little wind resistance. They don't
The wind
really
moves
get
with
this.
it though.
Yeah, but
Are you
they.
saying the wind
The
only
thing is,
goes in? Are you saying the wind only goes in one direction?
no, I'm saying that for projectiles, the wind barely adjusts its sideways velocity, which is why we experience Coriolis on projectiles. But because
With a
planes
motor or without a
go
motor?
projectiles,
Does that matter?
no, I'm talking
Because I've
projectiles.
heard people say both ways. Okay, so it doesn't matter if a projectile is a bullet or an airplane. A bullet doesn't have a motor on it.
So an airplane isn't a projectile. So
Yeah, but an
because of the
airplane could
fact that
do
the
more to
airplane,
an airplane
Okay.
could do more to
Yeah.
try to counteract the supposed difference in spin, right? It could get to a spot, and that's all I'm asking. It could get to a spot and show that the Earth plainly spins. This could be over tomorrow, right?
well, no, because an airplane uses the air. It uses lift.
Right.
And because it's using the air has a lot of air resistance on the plane, which means that any such difference in the, say, 990 to the 1,000 will be transferred over because it's constantly in contact with the wind. But with a projectile, it's not, and therefore you can see this deviation of Coriolis.
Right. Yeah, the
That's what
projectile
I'm
can't
saying.
see anything. The projectile can't see anything is the point. We're trying to get to a point where we could prove this out the window of a plane with a camera, which should be very possible, not only because the winds don't always move perfectly to get this plane to have this illusion, but the fact that the Coriolis states that the reason for the Coriolis is that the Earth is moving independently of the plane. Isn't that correct? That the Earth moves independently of the plane below. Correct, right? That's what the Coriolis
what I'm
is.
saying is Coriolis doesn't really affect the plane because the plane keeps in lockstep with the wind and the wind keeps in lockstep with the Earth on average.
So what happens if
However,
the
a
wind is in the
projectile,
completely same direction of the plane as well as all the other things that are, this other effect you're talking about? What happens if it's not against it? What happens when it's going with it? You get twice as much speed.
So in every which direction, no matter which way the plane flies, somehow the Earth's going to correct it for it to be completely in lockstep with the Earth. So much so that it could never see that the Earth spins. Right? That seems like
it's not that
it's all about you being the center of your universe and always being on top of the ball and all that stuff, isn't it? It's all about you, isn't it?
Okay, can I at least get one word in before you add three more to those three?
Hold on. You came into the conversation a minute ago, burst in.
Yeah,
I was take over and just be the top man. That's fair enough.
If you ask me a question, I'd rather be able to respond.
Hang on, Gummy, hang on. I'm gonna use the etiquette in a reciprocal manner and just interject and say that I'm gonna bounce out of the conversation. Carry on.
I'm not saying that I'm taking over the conversation, but a question was asked
No, you're not
to me.
saying that you are. You're just doing it without.
Because
saying
a question was asked to me, and then I'm not being allowed to respond.
Yeah, and you know what? The thing is I'd really like to hear you explain how it is that the wind always keeps it in lockstep, but the wind goes in every direction. And that this plane that flies 1,200 miles per hour couldn't get to a spot and hover with 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance to show this spurting Earth that we're supposed to be on. Should be possible. And it seems like ballers don't want to even think it's possible and want to try to bend over backwards to say, oh no, it would always stay lockstep no matter how powerful this plane is.
Because it all comes down to relative speeds. That's the problem.
No, that is the
that's
problem.
your
Right.
problem.
Yeah.
But that's the problem you don't want to realize, and that's why
No.
projectiles will experience Coriolis, airplanes will not.
Okay, so how fast is this projectile going? Average?
Projectile on average, as not a question I can answer.
Let's say 1,000 miles per hour, right? But this plane
Sure.
can fly. This plane can fly 1,200 miles, or 1,200 miles per hour. So it can fly
Yeah.
faster than this projectile.
But it's
So
not
it
a
can-
matter
it
of
can-
the. It's not just a matter of the speed. It's a matter of how much the wind affects the object. A
Right,
projectile
but the fact that
doesn't.
the fact that the plane has a motor that could try to defy the wind more so than a projectile could would be more of a reason it could show it.
No, because the airplane has wings on which it relies on for lift, which is affected by the wind.
That
Can I
doesn't matter.
just come up with I just thought of something, new perspective. Can I just ask? I've never asked this before, but this guy might be the one to answer it. So if you had I don't normally do this, but you know why not? It's reality, right? So if you were in a room that was airtight, and you had a drone, and you just lifted it off the ground, so it was like halfway in the room, lovely in a perfect position. Would that drone, if for 24 hours, would that drone still be in the same position?
If that. So.
I think he's getting at the conservation of momentum lasting forever somehow or something like that. What?
Well, surely
Well,
if
so
the drone
the
is
thing
off
would
of
be-
the ground, yeah, and then something's moving, then surely the drone would pick up on the movement of something.
Well, so if you were to put a drone and just put it on the perfect power setting to hover, then if the room wasn't closed off, it would hover there. But if the room is completely closed off in air, then it would just continuously make the like a vortex of air, which would it would add on to the airstream that it's currently lifting off.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're
and
right.
It would
Sorry, yeah,
change
it's my fault.
the hovering.
But back to the plane.
Yeah,
the
that's a
whole
good
idea
point.
that
Yeah, I
you would
didn't
have-
think of that.
What do you think about angular acceleration and sideways acceleration for this plane? Does that seem possible?
What do you-
It's not
what do
built
you-
to do that.
What do you mean by that? What do I think
Angular,
of
it
angular
means that the
acceleration?
sideways acceleration of this plane that would be going faster than the Earth.
Yeah.
He's talking about
Right, so
it's changing because of Coriolis.
Right. So the thing, like the confusion here, I think, is that you don't want to acknowledge that if the plane had a course, right, and it stayed on course, and it had all the capabilities of staying on course, it would be off course because of the Coriolis effect, right?
Yeah, but I calculated.
If it went in one straight line, then the idea is that the Earth moves independently of the plane sideways underneath it. Therefore, it'd be off course. Correct.
What I've said is that it doesn't really affect planes because of wind and the fact
I'm
that
asking
it
if it
affects
affects
them.
planes in your mind. I'm asking, could it affect the plane if it stayed on course in one straight line and didn't allow itself to be wind velcroed to the Earth in some way and just stayed on course?
How
And the
are
Earth
you
would be
ever
moving
going to have an
independently of the plane.
airplane moving independently of the wind? How are you ever going to have that
Yes.
happen?
Well, this
That's a
plane
ludicrous
can
claim.
fly, this plane can outfly the spin of the Earth, bro. 1,200 miles.
It's
per
not
hour with 40,000
outflying
pounds of
anything.
thrust.
No matter how you fly, you're flying in the air.
But you don't get the contradiction.
That's what
The fact
airplanes
that
do.
The fact that it goes from latitude to latitude, it would act just like a projectile. It would act just like a projectile. You
No,
can't say
because it's got wings and air resistance. How many times do I have to say this? The difference.
it's flying with the wind.
claiming that the wind
Yes,
resistance is
but it's
always
still
so
independent.
perfect. The Earth is you're talking about a wind that's perfect, and you have
It's flying.
Jen, you're roboting. You have the jet stream, right?
Yep.
The jet stream is going 250 miles faster than the Earth if the Earth is spinning, but it's going 250 miles per hour in one direction, right? So then how do you work that into keeping the plane, completely in lockstep with the Earth so it can never see that it's spinning, right?
There are heavy winds that are different than the rotational speed, then of course you'll be thrown off course, but that's noticeable
there you
in the
go.
plane when you're being pushed to the side. Winds are a thing, of course.
Right, but they're not so
How do you tell
consistent
the
then,
difference
are they?
between the wind
Yeah,
and
what's the difference
earth
between
turn? How do you tell the
what's the difference
difference?
between the wind and the atmosphere, and why
Well,
would the
That's
wind
what I
always
wanted.
work so? Why is the wind so consistent in your mind to make the
yeah.
plane
So
never
the thing
be able to
is,
keep
we're
it straight?
talking about the average wind speeds and difference or differential wind speeds. The average wind speed will be pretty much lockstep with Earth at that latitude,
One direction.
but then
The
you'll
wind only goes
have,
in one direction.
but then yes, but then you'll have a differential wind which can be happening because of low pressure and high pressure regions, and of course that will throw off a plane, but that's of course it'll happen because you have extra wind.
Yeah,
I
but I'm saying
wanted
that
to.
with this
Go ahead,
with
man.
this plane's capabilities, it could get to a point where somehow this magic wind that keeps it so completely in lockstep that only blows in one direction but doesn't, this plane could do the feat that I'm talking about, wouldn't you think?
No, because it's always with the wind. It's always relying on the wind. I don't see how you can ever think of an airplane being independent of the wind.
I don't see why you
It
don't
is
see the
using
contradiction.
wings.
Gummy
It's
bear.
The wind
using
goes in
wings
all
for the
the. You're
exact
saying
reason to
even if the
use
wind,
air. Like,
but dude, it doesn't matter because the
let
plane can fly
Kosho.
against the spin of the Earth and against the wind. The plane can go east to west and west to east
Let
I was
Kosho
gonna
get in
share.
here.
and north
I
to
was gonna
south.
share.
So
I was gonna share this.
it
Go
doesn't
ahead.
work out perfectly.
So if you've
It wouldn't.
got a
I was gonna
plane
share this before.
actually in a direction where they're going to go head on, not head on exactly, but past each other, you'll have one drifting one way and one drifting the other way, would you?
Right.
Okay, so this is exactly why I wanted to bring this up before, but it's just anyways, I told you I was going to do a calculation. The calculation I was going to do was the speed at which the Earth is changing. So let's say it's at the equator. Let's say this is your plane. It's going from the equator to 2,000 miles north, and it's going 500 miles per hour. Not your 1,000-mile-per-hour plane, but we can do that one afterwards. But if it's going 500 miles per hour, then the speed of the Earth changes by something like 130 miles per hour eastward. It's 130 miles per hour is less eastward from where it's starting and ending. And so the plane is gonna experience that in its journey from starting to end. The Earth is going to be 130 miles per hour is less eastward. But if you do the math, that's about a half a mile per hour every minute that it's gonna be throwing it off course or whatever. And half a mile per hour every minute is the sort of thing that the plane is already correcting for when it's correcting for the wind blowing it off course. So this is why planes do experience this, and it's not something that you would see as a very observable result of the Coriolis.
I'm not. I think you would, but I'm not even trying to argue that you would see it as much as that this plane could head on its course and not deviate from its original straight path, and the Earth would spin below it, and it would be, according to those calculations that I think Zanuck gave you the other day, I added up that over a 5-hour trip, it would be 450 miles off course.
Yeah, but that's what Gummy's saying right now too. Is that without making those corrections at all, just the fact that it's in the atmosphere, the wind, the air is going to be moving at that speed roughly, and so the air itself is going to be, making those corrections on the plane, even though the plane it's not going to completely keep the plane up to speed with the Earth, but it is going to be hitting the plane in that direction.
Regardless if the wind's going in one direction or in all directions, which is arguable, obviously, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about the plane staying on course, which with this capability of this plane to go 1,200 miles per hour, have 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance, it could totally make sure that it gets to a spot where it's not in sync with the Earth to make it seem like it's stationary, and it actually sees the Earth move. Why does that seem like so difficult to see that this plane could possibly do that? To imagine that happening.
If you just double the speed that I gave, because that's about your plane's going about double the speed, it would have to do a mile per hour. There would be a mile per hour every minute, in which the plane would be going faster than than the Earth is. Like from when it left, like the eastward speed is going to be faster for the plane than it would be for the speed that it's over now on the Earth. But at the same time,
Regardless.
the wind speed. I know, but no, I'm saying that's going to happen. So that what you're claiming would be the case, and you wouldn't. It would experience this mile per hour per minute difference between its speed eastward and the Earth's speed eastward. But at the same time, that amount of wind is going to also be interacting with it as the Earth is spinning eastward. It's going to have a westward wind or whichever direction wind mile per hour added to the movement of the plane. So both these things are going to, more or less cancel each other out with a slightly more. So it will be observable, but not to the extent that you would expect it to be.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, and this is why I bring up this argument, because if you're talking about it even just being slight, I know. If you're talking about it just being a slight difference or a slight variation, it still doesn't work, because we never see a slight variation in the ground speed to plane speed. We would see it in extreme cases all the time, I would argue. But even if we give you all the conservation of momentum, and we give you your adjustment with the wind, and we give you all of that, the plane treats every runway the same. And if there's any difference at all, even minuscule difference between the ground speed and the plane, then it's going to have to adjust for that as it's landing and have to move sideways and have angular velocity as it's landing, which it never does and can't. The wheels would break off. They would have every angle of every runway set up exactly the same so it would land safely, and they don't. The runways move the runways and landing strips are all in every which direction. The plane never accounts for Coriolis. It's not in the manuals. It's not in the flight simulators, and we never see it moving. So this is a point that makes it clear that it's not moving in my mind. And you can't convince me that the window is always going to create this perfect illusion. So much so that these variations would be so small, and even if they were small, you should see some movement, and we never do. Arguing that the plane automatically corrects for it is already completely ridiculous. That it would never be put in a manual and never be put as far as like a flight simulator practice for a pilot that's simulating these flights to train how to fly, and then gets in the air and has to deal with a spinning ball with different latitudes, different speeds.
Because how does this appear as a pilot? It simply appears as wind. That's all this appears as. Wind.
You're convinced of that, aren't you? It sounds like
because
you're
it's true.
Is that right? The air is that consistent. The wind is that consistent that it always makes this illusion perfect, huh?
No, it's not that consistent. It's that's what happens.
It either is or it isn't. Well, then you're saying
no.
It's consistent.
What you experience as a pilot is wind, sideways wind. Now, whether that is because of low pressure to high pressure, or because of the different angular speeds or tangential speeds of wind at that latitude, it is still just wind to them. That is why you don't need to account for Coriolis wind and normal wind, because it's both wind. You just account for wind.
Okay, so regardless of that, is the Coriolis, very simple question, the Earth spinning independently of the plane when it goes north to south? Is that what the Coriolis is?
No, not really.
See,
that's a really bad way to explain Coriolis.
You see that it seems like you want to calculate it and be precise, but then you want to say not really and kind of and sort of and all these other things.
Because that's a really bad way to define it.
It's always in lockstep. Okay, go ahead and define it.
Because that's a really bad way to define it.
But you can't just say Coriolis wins. It's not about the winds. It's about the ground to plane speed. We're talking about the difference between the plane and the ground speed. And the plane is at a different circumference, which would be bigger than the circumference of the Earth. So therefore, it wouldn't conserve the original circumference of the Earth speed. It would be in a different circumference higher up. Therefore, it wouldn't be already in lockstep with the Earth as soon as it goes up.
The problem that you're facing.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Yeah, the problem that you're facing is one that you've created by yourself. You've added your own problem.
I'm trying to break the model.
You're trying to break something. Merle, I know you want to complain about me being young and smarter than you. Let's just talk
look
that
into
already.
my eyes. They're my eyes, buddy.
Are you sure about that?
That's
That
fucking
looks
me,
like
dude.
someone like a tenth of your age.
Well, there you go.
Let's not make this personal. I think that you're caught. I think you're double speaking and you don't even realize you're doing it. That's the crazy.
So the problem that you're facing is that you're trying to separate these different types of winds. But it's just wind. It's wind. You account for wind, and voila, there you have it.
Can the plane fly
So
into
there's
the
wind and nothing else.
There's wind.
The wind
but
is air. Yeah?
There's wind,
Can
but
a-
it has
can a plane
different
fly- can a
reasons for
plane
wind.
fly- But can a plane fly straight into the wind?
Can a plane fly straight into the wind? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So the wind's not making it do anything, right?
It is affecting it, of course, but you can use
Sure.
your engines to counteract any wind.
You could,
yes.
yeah, and you could also use your engines to make sure that this wind isn't keeping you in lockstep with the Earth, right?
Yeah, that's how you move.
Yeah, you would have to. You'd be moving separately from the Earth in all directions.
What do you mean in all directions? That's
In all directions. You can't say just because there's conservation of momentum that this illusion that the Earth would be stationary from a secondary perspective, from that separate reference frame that the plane is in. You can't say it's just like, oh, it's magic. The wind makes it seem like it's stationary. Wind doesn't work that consistently, and the plane can fly against the wind and into the
So-
wind and resist the wind and all those things.
the wind, on average, will make it seem lockstep left to right, but the fact that you're moving front to back, as in you have a velocity forward, that is literally you counteracting the wind. Like,
You're
how do
saying
you
the
know?
plane can never. You're saying the plane can never fly fast enough or far enough to ever be out of the seeming like this Earth is stationary.
No, I'm saying because of the fact that airplanes have wings and wings use air and air has wind, you can't escape from air and wind. Airplanes use them very
I'm saying it escapes, but it
connectedly.
flies against it. You said it can fly against the wind, so it's not
But
completely bound
yeah,
to what the
but
wind
it's
does.
still affected by the wind. Just because it can fly
I'm not
against
saying
wind
it's not
doesn't
saying,
mean that
saying
it's in.
I'm not trying to say that. You're making an absolute statement out of what I'm saying, and that's not even what
You're
I'm trying to say.
so because of the fact that you can fly
Gummy
against wind, you're trying to extrapolate that to mean that you're independent of the wind. That's incorrect. The wind is still affecting
Gummy
you.
bear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gummy bear. If you see a plane, have you ever seen a plane flying a straight path? When you look up.
Well,
Above
yeah,
you.
it'll look like it's a plain straight path. Yeah,
No deviation.
to our human
Apart from a
eyes,
little
sure.
bit of wind, yeah? Yeah, a little bit of wind here and a bit there.
Usually
but
they
it's going
look
in a
like they're
straight line.
flying straight. Yeah,
Okay.
from our
So what-
position with our
okay.
human eyes, sure. Yeah,
But and all the planes you've seen have probably been in different directions.
sure. Yeah,
Okay, that's all.
yeah.
And the fact that you can go against the spin of the Earth and go east instead of west with the spin of the Earth, or you can go west instead of east, right? And you can go against the spin of the Earth means that there is a difference between the speed of the ground and the plane, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you should be able to see the Earth spinning below and out the window of a plane with the camera anytime you fly.
The way you quote unquote see the spin is you moving on Earth.
You don't get it.
No, you don't get it.
You want to think about it as it's always in such lockstep that there's no way you could ever somehow witness the spin of the Earth, but you should be able to by the globe models requirements of this conservation of momentum going against the spin with the spin. It doesn't work the way you think it does or the way you hope it does, maybe.
Have you heard those jet streams that they use to fly faster?
Yeah,
And-
250 miles per hour, right?
Yeah, and sometimes they, I'm putting an example that they go like 800 miles per hour more, and it's amazing that they go like over speed of sound or something like that, and that wind is overtaking. It's going the same direction that the Earth is spinning. So so you have to believe that the Earth is spinning underneath the aeroplane, and also the air is moving faster than the Earth is spinning.
Yeah.
And that's insane.
1,250 miles per hour, because you just tack on the 1,000 and you just assume that it's added on to that speed. But then that would automatically mean that you'd be going on, you wouldn't be in lockstep with the Earth any longer. There you go. Just stick your camera out the window from that area, you know, or just jump out of that area, you know, because now you're going to be going with that tangential speed. There's all kinds of ways you could break this and show that the Earth spins. There's tons of ways, countless ways. I mean, just getting up in the air really should do it, even though that you can claim your conservation of momentum. But the fact that you'd be in a wider circumference just from being higher up in the air means that you're not going to conserve the speed of the circumference of the Earth, which is smaller below you. And the planes aren't meant to be pushed sideways like this conservation of momentum is supposedly going to do. So you can't, you have a plane that's moving sideways 200 miles per hour faster because of this conservation of momentum once it gets to a latitude with a lesser tangential speed. It doesn't work. I don't know how somebody that can calculate things can even think of it this way, that it's somehow this illusion would be kept. Especially with the capabilities of this plane that I'm talking about. Anyway, that's my thing. I don't think there's much of a response from the voters on this one. That really makes a lot of sense. It seems like this is the kind of intellectual and honesty thing for me in a way. Not to say neither of these guys are being intellectually honest, but it does seem like they're making excuses for it and trying to figure out how it would work so that it can never be out of sync with the Earth, more so than say, yeah, let's try that. That'd be great. I totally believe the Earth spins. Let's get a picture of that.
Yes, well said there, new perspective. Dave, well done, mate. It's ridiculous what they're talking about. It's a
insane.
ridiculous thing. It hasn't even been established that the Earth is a spinning ball yet. This is how they carry on. There's no proof. In fact, they like to say they predict things. I'm going to make a prediction. You're never going to be able to prove the Earth is spinning ever in your life. What's going to happen is you're going to be a flat earther. You're a flat earther, gonna be. That's my prediction.
And they don't want to prove it's spinning is the point. They want to assume that it's spinning and not have to look at reasons why it couldn't be.
Yeah, well, as what was it? As it was said in Steven Seagal movie, assumption is the mother of all fuck ups.
That's a good line.
They'd like to. That's what's so frustrating about it is they want to say it because we don't understand. But just imagining that the winds would somehow keep this illusion going so perfectly isn't a matter of understanding. You know, you can call it incredulity if you want, but no one would imagine that the winds would be working that perfectly, or in one direction and in all directions at the same time, or not the atmosphere, but with the atmosphere and all these other contradictions.
It's just ridiculous. You're all over the world. Different weather systems are at play all over the world. You know, across the world, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, hemisphere, because we're not really on a spherical ball. Northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. The weathers are all different. Winds blowing all over the place. Nothing is in unison in one sense, but they want us to believe it is. No, sorry, it goes against nature's laws.
I don't know how they stay believing it is.
I know.
One thing amazes me constantly that we always tend to talk the most slowest speed that the Earth is moving. And that's kind of ridiculous also because we should be talking those millions of miles per hour inside the galaxy or within the galaxy. and talking, is the space moving with us? Or is the space like just dimensions? So are we moving with the space that is around us? Or is the space stationary and we are moving through the space? Or
well, we're not even moving because the constellations are all in the same bloody place, Polaris and everything. We're not moving. We're not deluded here, man. We know we're not moving.
Waterball, that's actually a profound question that you asked. And it's actually a current major question in science. There's debate on whether or not space is a frame that we're moving through, or if space is actually created by the events in it. It was actually something I was listening to the other day.
Yeah, we flat earthers don't even need to go there because we already know we're not moving. We know this already. As I just said, the constellations are all in the same place, regardless of all that movement, and we shouldn't be. That should not be. That's how we know. So it's a fantasy.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you. It's a fantasy, man. Yeah.
Yeah, but
we actually have looked into that. We actually have looked into it, and that's how we know.
But
The Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones is set up, and when you look through the little circle, it's pointing at Polaris, and it's still there. For how many years has it been there? It hasn't moved a single degree. Hasn't moved a single degree. I think they made a mistake when they put that up there, or were they trying to gaslight us with that one? Well, not only are we going to call you, we'll tell you that this is a clue that you're not moving, as well. I'll tell you, they're mad.
Isn't the official fairy tale answer to that the North Star or the Polaris is so far away that it doesn't move for that reason, and that's nonsense as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's not even that far away. That's the thing. 430 light years.
Nothing can be light years away. It's kind of, they just repeat it, and light years, light speed. It's kind of repeating, and then people believe it because the science said so.
Yeah, because the scientists said so. And that's it. They're more knowledgeable than I am, so they must be right.
And the redshift, also the redshift nonsense. It's kind of it's just an imagination that they kind of build up to support their expanding universe or stuff like that. Just that they have this redshift that is a kind of proof that the space is expanding, or the proof that what it's called, the Big Bang happened. So the redshift is a kind of fingerprint of the Big Bang, and that's kind of fairy tale that people believe. It's amazing.
Yeah. I knew you was going to go into the Big Bang, and the thing about the Big Bang is this: Big Bang. So everything is we don't know what went bang, by the way, folks, but everything is expanding outwards. So it stands to reason that the stars you're going to see parallax. You're going to see it over the years because we are hurtling through the universe at breakneck speed. So you're going to see parallax, meaning you're going to see stars, the distance between them expand and get larger and larger and larger. That should be happening, but it's not. And you hear that the scientists said that one day it's going to expand to as far as it can go, then it's going to start shrinking back in again. Has anybody heard that theory? It's going to retract itself like on an elastic band. So it goes all the way out as far as it can go, and then it's going to start to retract back into itself.
I have never heard that.
Yeah, that's what they reckon.
Yeah, all that sounds ridiculous.
They've thrown out so many.
All that stuff sounds ridiculous only if you believe that motion is objective. But when you say things like, well, everything is relative, then everything makes sense.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You see, that word relative just binds it all together. That's the adhesive they needed. That one word. Yes. So if you believe everything's relative, then it all makes sense. Because it's relative, you see. Right.
That's been understood for like 400 years, that all motion is described relative to something else.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
funny how that doesn't work when you get pulled over, right?
This is the way. No, it does work.
There's
It
no
absolutely works
argument.
when you get pulled
Relative
over.
motion's a real thing. It's not like that's not like anyone's arguing motion isn't relative.
Yeah, he is. He is actually arguing that. I don't know if you're listening.
No.
Yes, he is
I know,
arguing
but I'm
that.
saying that's not. I don't think that's what he meant. I think that the whole idea is that you use it's relative to just like make a blanket statement about everything that seems like it should move in a different direction than it is. Oh, it's relative, so the plane can never catch the Earth spinning or whatever it is. Like
Not everything.
Relativity.
like a one-word
Not
refraction
everything.
response.
Yeah, not everything, but motion is indeed relative. You can't describe motion without using
that's the basic sense.
the
That's the
reference frame.
basic sense. Kosho, we understand the basic sense of motion. We're talking about when it sounds like it's come from Galagazoo. Something doesn't make sense, but then they add in the word relative. Oh, okay. Thanks, teacher. Right, and then you get on with it. It's relative.
Well, you guys are arguing three different things, so
no, we're not.
But
we're arguing the fucking. We're
you
arguing
are,
the hideousness.
there
and
actually is
lunacy.
one person here who was arguing.
You will talk over me, but I'll slam you into
to.
the ground. We're talking about how hideous the heliocentric model is, and all the sciences.
I don't think anyone was arguing that motion isn't relative. I gotta go. I gotta go, though, guys. Good talk. Thanks for letting me.
Thank you. New perspective. That was. He gave a good innings. Did a great job. I'm always glad to hear your voice.
All right, you too.
Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
You too, brother. You too. Take care.
Yeah,
guys.
I will carry on from where you left off. Probably not as good, but I'll try.
Cool.
Anyway, Kosho.
All right.
I feel sorry for you because you.
Let's hear from Jerry. Let's hear from Jerry actually, because he was the person I was responding to, and he was the one who actually was saying exactly what I was arguing against.
All right, Kosho.
You guys jump in.
It's a bit of a hot pepper. Okay, go on. Jeremy, was it or who was it?
Jerry.
Was it? Yeah, go ahead, my friend. Go ahead, please.
My position is that either something is moving or it isn't. That's it.
Yeah, right. You were describing the objective frame and objective movement, and you're arguing against relative movement. I thought I was going crazy, but that's what I heard, and that's what I was responding to. And then two other people claim that's not what you're saying. But indeed, though, yeah, in order to describe movement, you actually have to describe the reference frame you're talking about. And I can give you 1,000 examples in which you're already aware of this, but that's just the case. I mean, like being in an airplane. When you're in an airplane, you toss a ball up in the air and catch it. You describe the ball's movement; it would have gone up and down, but ultimately that's not. It has a you can describe it in a different reference frame in which it's moving 500 miles per hour across the sky. So
but that's not my point. My point is the plane moving or not?
Reference to the ground, yeah.
No. Is it moving?
As I said, I mean, the only way to describe that is to describe it in reference to something. So you could say in the reference of the plane, in the reference of the plane, in the reference frame of the plane's not moving.
And this is what I'm saying. If all motion is relative, then there's no such thing as motion.
Well, there's no such thing as motion without describing the reference frame. That's true.
Right. So it's all nonsense.
Except for rotational motion. That's the only one that you don't need a reference frame.
You're right. That's when it all goes out the window, and it's like, oh no, like the gyroscope. See, that's because the Earth's moving.
It doesn't go out the window. I'm just saying you don't have to use a reference frame to know that you're moving, and even rotational movement, because you have forces that are included. But if you're talking about movement in free space, in some vector that's not rotational, then you have to reference something else to.
Kosho, you're monologuing. Kosho, look, when you start your engine in the car, if you own a car, put it into gear, release the clutch, away you go. Yeah, you know you're moving. Yeah, you do know you're moving, don't you? And then you've got the reference of the buildings, the trees, the road markings moving as you are moving in your direction. Yes? Reference frame. Yes?
Yeah,
Is that correct?
exactly.
Right. So now, can you give me a reference frame for Earth's rotation? Because as I posted about 15 minutes ago now, Albert Einstein could not, there was no optical experiment that he could conduct to detect Earth's rotation. So where's the reference, please?
You can use a Foucault's pendulum to observe it.
Well,
It's not an
Einstein
optical
came.
test.
Okay,
It's
we'll take.
a measure test using a pendulum.
I'm going to go with the I'm going to go with how Jedi explains it. The fuck off pendulum. Right. Okay. We're going to go with that. Now, if I'm in Africa, I'm perpendicular. Yeah. So it would mean that when the thing is swinging, it should just collapse and fall off the earth. What's keeping it in its position? And then how is it that if you can detect it moving underneath the Foucault pendulum, it would mean that if I had a drone or a helicopter, the Earth should rotate underneath it. But we do not experience that at all.
Conservation of momentum, Jim. Come on, this
experiment
stuff's ancient
was
and been
conducted
dealt
as well.
with.
Well, see, the thing is that when I see the pendulum move, I say the pendulum is.
No, it's not conservation of. We just had that with new perspective.
I say that
new
the
perspective
pendulum
done
is
it.
All right, Jerry, you're in the middle of a sentence. Carry on, mate.
The thing is,
Yeah,
when I see the pendulum move, I say the pendulum is moving, not the Earth.
Thank you.
Yeah, but then you have to explain.
Exactly.
It's just like when you're in a car and you fall and hit the wall, you're like, hey, that person just moved. The car's not moving. But indeed, the car is moving, and that's why the person moved. And in the case of the pendulum, you did see the pendulum move. You did. Hold on, Jerry, hold on. I'm almost there. You did see the pendulum move in the case of the Foucault's pendulum, and without an explanation for why that happened, it would just be miraculous. But when you include an explanation for why it's moving, like the Earth rotating, it makes sense. Same thing with the person in the car.
moving.
It's worse than that, Jim. One second, Jim. I just want to get this point very quickly out, and then I'll let you carry on. But it's worse than that. There's a relationship between the latitude that you place the pendulum at and its duration of precession. Those two things are intrinsic linked, have been demonstrated time and time again. So not only do we have the fact that the pendulum precesses, it precesses based on its position on Earth, how far north or south it is from the equator. Go on, Jim.
To be quite honest, that is a load of horse shit. It is rubbish. Pendulum, in order to move at all, is a human hand. And then its perpetual motion is kept by motors and magnets. That's how it's kept in motion, this thing, right? In the, wherever they're displayed. It needs a human hand.
Jim. You can just
you would imagine, hang on a second, please. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I let you talk, didn't I?
You're talking bollocks, dude.
No, you're talking bollocks. Now shut up and hold your horses. Button it. Now, if it requires a human hand to facilitate movement, that's sad in itself. But you would imagine that the actual motion of the Earth would get it started. That's what I expect.
Well, that's because you don't understand the principle. And the problem you've got is you don't need a motor or magnets to have this done. It will work just on a raw bit of string in a decent weight as long as the string's long enough and you've got enough place to do the rotation. You don't need it running 24 hours a day. That's for nice demos where they can show it over a long period of time. So yeah, they will use it to perpetuate the motion. But you don't need to do that. But the most important point is here, and this is the bit you skip past, is the duration of its precession is directly related to its latitude.
This is all horseshit, as I said earlier on. Any one of you who is listening in the live stream, you can do this yourself. You can set up a pendulum yourself. You will note, just leave it alone and see if it moves first. It's not going to move all day. Then you're going to need to tap the weight or pick it or move it and then let it go. And it will not swing for an hour. It will stop. It will come to a rest.
Yeah,
okay. Thus proving the Earth isn't moving. Okay, it does not prove the Earth is moving, because if that was the case, if the Earth is indeed moving underneath the pendulum, then if you had a helicopter or a drone, yeah, and you fixed the camera into one position, you would notice a movement of the Earth. You would, but you don't. And those experiments have been done. Einstein said it himself. No optical experiment can be conducted to detect Earth's motion. He said it himself. Einstein, Sir Albert Einstein. Now that is
the guy that sort of like describes
is
gravity
amazing.
to the most accurate position, which you reject. So the problem I've got again with that is you don't need to be running 24 hours a day to get a reading. You can actually do that, and this is something that's done in many universities. There are plenty of examples of it being done all over the world, and once again, it's directly related to your position on Earth. And lastly, nobody expects the pendulum to move on its own because we have other forces acting upon it, which is why it slows down and stops, because we have resistant forces.
Unfortunately, this is where it's all crap and God.
Well,
rubbish,
you keep saying
okay?
that, Jim. If you're going to say it's
don't
crap,
interrupt me. I'm
present something to
talking now.
demonstrate
I
it.
let you talk. I let you talk. Now
you
it's
keep
my
making
turn.
claims. I'll
It's
back up my claims.
turn.
I'll go and get some documentation
It's my
for
turn
you.
now. Shut up, because I am going to say what I'm going to say. So
I
whatever
want
you have
evidence, though,
say,
to support your claims. I'll
hold it
provide
down,
mine.
please. Hold it down whilst
Yeah,
I'm
but
busy
evidence to
talking.
support your claims. That's the only request I'm
I am
making.
going to talk. I am going to carry on talking whilst you're talking. Now shut up and wait your turn. Like
I know,
said,
but I just
that
want
was a lot of
evidence to
rubbish.
support your claims, Jim. That's all I'm asking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Foolish.
Oh,
You're
you
gonna
won't
have
do
to-
the evidence.
You're
Okay,
being
I
a
understand.
nuisance now. You are being a nuisance. And you know it. Where's your respect here? Jin CBO1. The professional expert specialist is talking. Please button it. Now, as I was saying, with this Falcon fuck off pendulum, we call it, basically it's this. There was a woman, her name is Andrea Barnes. She stepped into an airship back in the 1930s, because this thing's been going on for ages, yeah? Into an airship. And she was saying that if this Earth is moving, then I'm going to get into an airship and just hover, and New York should come round. Yeah, it should come round and meet her. They never moved one bit.
Yeah, because of
And that was back
conservation of
in the
momentum, Jim. We've
1930s.
already covered that.
Andrea Barnes. Andrea Barnes, a woman. She said it was a load of codswallop that the Earth is moving. That's her own words, quote unquote. A load of codswallop, and that's a woman. Back then.
So I'm now posting up all the evidence to support my points. The fact that someone doesn't understand what the conservation of momentum is and what that means to something like an airship in the atmosphere around the Earth that's moving with the Earth, that's a them problem, not an us problem, mate. So I've now posted 2 references to Foucault's pendulum, and it's direct referencing to its latitudinal position. Do you have anything to say that this can't happen? Any scientific papers? Any universities are going to support your point? Do you have anything?
We win. We're the best. Flat Earth's way better than globe Earth.
Well, you know,
We win.
he's a professional expert, Merle, so I'm going to expect something of good quality here.
Yeah, you're going to expect some quality here. This is what you're going to get, yeah? Firstly,
evidence is what I want. I want references, citations.
Those who are listening here we go now. Look, firstly, folks, those who are listening in the chat room, what he has just said is a load of codswallop. I'll use Andrea Barnes' expression there. Okay. As for conservation of speed, this is the heliocentrists, they had not established that the Earth is moving. So everything they say is an assumption, and you could conduct the experiment yourself with the Foucault's pendulum. Okay, you can do that yourself. The fact that you need to move it proves it's just ridiculous that you've actually got to move this instrument. And I don't want to go into the weeds with the conservation of movement, because that was discussed by Dummy Bear. You had Dummy Bear and New Perspective talking about that for about an hour or so. So I'm not going to rehash that. I'm definitely not going to go there with that one. That would be rather boring. Okay. Thank you very much. So
I've now posted 6 separate sites and evidential pieces about the focal in the middle of a sentence, Jin. Hold on. So I've just posted 6 separate references to the Foucault's pendulum used in different places around the world. All of them have a different precessional duration. Now, Jin has posted nothing. He's posted no citations. There is no evidence. The only thing that he's used is merely his words. He's got nothing he can reference. And once again, this demonstrates the weakness of his argument. Please carry on, Jin.
What if I
I'm
post
sorry.
a GIF
I
of a
can
rhinoceros
actually
having
post
a
material.
Wouldn't be really related to the conversation, Mel, to be fair, mate.
I've actually got material of a list of a comprehensive. Look, you are talking now when I'm trying to talk. I've got a comprehensive list of all the four-coot pendulums all over the world, not 6. That's where I come from, and I shall post that forthwith. Okay.
Have you got any proof that supports the point you're making,
I didn't think I had to post it. Reason being, it's a stupid instrument because it's a silly thing because you have to facilitate the movement. I mean, that's just ridiculous. If the Earth is
that's
moving,
just your claim. Why is it ridiculous?
I will finish this off. If the Earth is moving, okay, at 1,036 miles per hour at the equator and about 600 miles or 500 miles an hour at the UK, okay, and then different speeds all across this spherical ball that we've never been able to find, then you shouldn't need to actually move it yourself. That goes against the experiment because it should just move because of Earth is moving.
And I'd like you to post evidence to support that claim, Jim.
Please. You have to move it by hand, and in order for this thing to keep on moving for 24 hours, it's got magnets and the joints where it's been connected to the actual pendulum facilitates rotational movement. This is what you will find when you break it down, and you have a look for yourself, folks.
So actually, Jin's raised a really interesting point there, which is he's right. You know, the rotational speed, because of the fact the Earth is an oblate spheroid, you know, effectively, if you want to do it in miles per hour, you know, that rotational speed will change. And one of the weird effects it has with a Foucault's pendulum is it changes the duration of precession, because obviously it's moving at a different speed at the equator than it is at the UK as it is towards the North Pole. So what happens is that affects the duration of its precession, i.e. how it goes round in a circle. Now, you don't need to run it 24 hours a day to get a reading. I mean, that's silly. You can run it for about 45, 50 minutes and extrapolate from there. This is something that's done in many universities all around the world, like the 6 citations I posted and the 0 citations that Jin has posted. And Jin is merely making a claim, haven't finished. Jin has merely made a claim that you have to start it moving. And that's just his incredulity, not anything to do with an evidential position.
Okay.
Well,
now the reason I'm being attacked here, the reason for the attack is because Jin is renowned for posting materials and sources. On this occasion, I haven't bothered because it's such a silly thing, but I've got it bookmarked, and mine is going to be a comprehensive, in-depth look at the Foucault pendulum and how many there are around the world. That's what I'm posting. So there you go.
Just reinforcing my point, Jen. And then we compare that to an optical gyroscope and the Sagnac effect, and guess what? They kind of match each other. And weirdly enough, when we use Polaris to sort of verify the latitude, you know, for the Northern Hemisphere, obviously, those match each other. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, but an Aries failure proves the Earth is not moving. So there you go. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, and I'm going to post that as well shortly. So you're going to be tsunami now.
I'm looking forward to reading your citations.
Of information. You've opened the tap of information. Now I'm going to drown you in the truth.
Well, stop talking and start walking, dude.
Yeah, I'm letting the fingers down. I am searching my bookmark as we speak. Don't you worry.
I think an interesting question is, why did Einstein not think that the Foucault pendulum was sufficient to prove it? Because that was years after.
It's not an optical experiment, man.
Well, you're watching the pendulum move, right?
Yeah, but the Earth is not moving underneath it. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Thank you. Well done, my friend. Yeah. So it is an optical experiment.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. On behalf of Jin.
Yeah, we're always civil. But when they start getting silly, it's time to, put the screws in. It's time to tsunami them with the truth. When you're being accused of not posting material, then it's time.
Duplex them.
Yeah, it's time to flex the truth. Let it flow.
Professional expert.
Stop talking and start walking, Jin.
Yeah, it's coming.
He's going to do a wrestling move on you in a sec, Dross, if you're not careful.
Got a
Quick
dumplex.
sweep. Quick sweep, and then he doesn't know where he is.
Oh, Jin. Don't play in that realm, mate.
That'd be a good fight, actually. Dross and Jin. They'd fight each other to the death for the globe or the flat Earth.
But
You
he's an
wouldn't?
old man. It'd be a bit unfair.
Ah.
No, I suspect actually he's probably quite a bit fitter than me from, I've heard his exercise routine.
Yeah, I've just come out. When I say I've just come back, about 2 hours ago, I came back from.
No, I respect your exercise routine, Jim. I have no doubt that you do it because I know that you cycle a lot and I know that you care an awful lot about what you eat.
You heard me? It'd fucking wipe the floor with you.
With me?
That's what Jin. No, Jin would wipe the floor with Dross.
Oh, right. Oh, thank you.
I mean, absolute. It wouldn't even be a match. I mean,
I'd like to get Jin's opinion on what he thinks about dowsing.
Yeah. Dowsing. That's right. You know what? I don't know if that's a true thing. I've wondering about that all my life, from my childhood days. I don't know if that's true. I really do not know if that's true, man.
Well, there's also
it's something that you have to experience.
There's also a
On the water.
phenomenon with pendulums as well. A lot of spiritual techniques use a pendulum to, get a decision, yes or no decision, and you hold the pendulum in your fingers, and when you get the affirmative answer that you're looking for, the pendulum will swing in one direction, as opposed to the other answer would be the other direction. And maybe that Foucault's pendulum is having some reaction to the point where it is on the Earth, rather than
the rotational speed at that position.
No, rather than that, maybe it's something else is affecting it.
Yeah, the observer, because you're looking at it, you affect it.
Well, I've got a magic 8-ball, and it'll tell me yes, no, maybe, and something else.
Outlook not so good.
That was it. Thank you.
Yeah, my mother used to do this.
My mother is gathering dust on the shelf, and has been for years.
My mother used to dabble into that, actually.
What?
She had a special Bible, and she put a key in it, and it had to be on a special page, which she wants to know the truth. Okay, especially where my dad, what my dad was up to. She didn't trust my dad. Okay, she didn't trust. She thought my dad was cheating on her. Okay, right? That's what my mum thought. So she had this book, this Bible, and she put a key in it on a specific page to learn the truth. It was a green and white book from Nigeria. Okay, put the key in. She bound it with the key and the string, held it between her two in the middle finger, balancing it. Recited some kind of prayer in Yoruba, which is the African language.
Yoruba.
Yoruba. Okay, and she was asking the book to spin 3 times, and it did. It just span on her fingers.
Did it?
That is heavy juju, man.
It did, yeah.
That's awesome. If I saw somebody do the test, I would believe. I would believe whatever conclusion that test came up with. It was yes. I wouldn't trust that book, but if it spins around like that, I would definitely trust whatever answer it gets.
Well, hopefully it's not the King James's Bible, and it's not on the page that says "Suffer not a witch to live," because otherwise she's in trouble.
All right. Well, anyway, she said something. She recited some words, and the book rotated 3 times, and then so that gave her the confidence to confront my dad, and then there was a big argument, blah blah blah. And it all kicked off.
Bibliomancy. That's what they call it nowadays. Bibliomancy.
Yeah, she was
That
doing
book
that in
magic.
Nigeria. It was a Nigerian thing.
You just randomly pick a page. You divine the truth from that page. She obviously had quite a in-depth ritual about how to find the right page.
Just feel lucky you
Yeah,
weren't
she was into
albino,
that,
by the way,
man.
because otherwise you could have been cut up and used for Nigerian magic.
No, she had the key for the book. She
You
had
know
the
what I used to
key.
do?
Yeah, she had a key. Yeah, she had a proper key. Would put the key,
So good.
key into the page, and
Yeah.
then she bound the book. She did this on several occasions during my life as a child in Camden Town, 1970s. We're living
Have
in
you
a place
still got
called
the
Cobden
book?
House.
Have you got the book?
date.
Have you got the
My
book?
mother,
Have
it's
you
my
got the
mum.
book?
Mum's passed away now. My mum passed away, you see, so I don't know where that book is.
Jin, just on a really sad note, obviously you're not as sad as that. I just realised what I said there. That was stupid. Apologies. But the guy that used to own stables and locks, he died about sort of 15 years ago, and it's really changed the whole sort of Camden market and that sort of area.
Yeah, I know. I have. You know what? I googled it to have a look. Yeah, it has undergone some serious change. Definitely.
They've got like
has.
glass
I agree.
boutiques and stuff there, but you know, I have mates that used to have stores up there.
Yeah.
You know.
That's right. I used to go there and help my mates. I used to go there on a Sunday
me
and help
too.
my mates.
I was a
I've
big
been
fan of
there
their
too.
storeroom.
All sorts of
I've never been there myself, but
clothing, jewelry, army
Camden
suppers.
Town.
I'll meet you by the underground.
Did you say the book was green and white, Jen?
Yeah, 'cause
Yes,
it's
the
Nigerian.
book
Nigerian
half
flag.
green. So if you're looking at the front of the book, it's a hardback. Green on the left, white and right on the right. Or could it have been? Sorry. White in the middle, green on the right, and green on the left. Yeah, sorry. White, green, white. You see.
It's not a witch book.
Green,
though.
white, green.
No, it's a Bible.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a Bible. I think
It was wrapped in the
but it was
Nigerian
Nigerian.
flag, Jin. The Nigerian flag is
it
green,
was-
white, green, isn't it? 3 vertical stripes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's correct.
Okay.
And
It's interesting, man.
Does anyone,
that's what my
you guys remember there was a documentary way back? I don't know if the guy from Lockheed Martin or where he was from, but it was like one of those disclosure kind of a documentaries. He had a device that it's like you could hold it in your hand and he'd spin it on the table. It kind of looked like a bent, like a wooden, like a spoon or something. And you spin it on the table and it would just slow down and then start spinning the opposite direction.
Yeah,
Remember
there's a particular name for that object.
interesting.
Oh, Yod, you got me now. This is going to irk me forever. Hold on a second.
And that kind of sort of tells me that the Foucault's pendulum maybe is correlated in some shape or form.
Russ accessing mainframe now.
That's just a stupid little toy. It's a silly toy there. Fooling people.
It's an anti-oloid. That's what
It's
called.
fraud. It's fraud.
It's an anti-oloid.
That's just fraud, mate. Anti-logic, mate. That.
Anti-logic.
Is spoon bending real?
Well, Jin, have you got that stuff together yet? Because I'm dying to read it.
I am still looking in my collection. I've had to go through it twice. So
Some people can do it.
Really?
They
With their
can-
mind, right?
Yeah, they can make the metal. They find the weakest point, and then they.
Uri Geller.
Nah, there's been people who can do it. Like they do these twists in the metal that are just. I don't know. They make it malleable somehow.
There is no spoon. There is only you.
Yeah, some people have just got it.
It's the oloid. That's the one we're looking for.
If you think
Yeah.
about it too much, you
What's
kind
it made of, that oloid? Is it some type of a like
No,
plastic or
it's the shape that matters,
Just
not the
the shape.
material. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was discovered by Porsche Sports in 1929. I really am a sad fuck and I need to get out more.
I've tried this with the spoons, and you can heat them up with your finger. They do snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree
Oh,
with you, Ken, but
seriously, not
to the
Yuri
motive. Not,
Geller, Come on, bro.
It's not
yeah,
Yuri
not Yuri
Geller.
Geller.
There's other
Yeah,
people.
Yuri Geller can't do
I
that.
know, but that's the gif I found. So.
He does it with his mind. That's the difference.
Do you remember when he was on the front page of the Sun saying, "If you look into my eyes, this will happen"?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him on the Johnny?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Holy shit, that was fucking humiliating.
My brain suddenly switched on, Jerry.
No, it's all right. Yeah, when he was on the Johnny Carson show, Johnny Carson wanted him to pick which cup had water in it without Yuri having any information. There was like 9 little tiny like cups with lids on them, and Johnny said, "Okay, just pick the ones that have water in them." And Yuri just sat there. It was like 10, 15 minutes. He couldn't do a damn thing. Oh man.
I cannot do this. The energy is wrong here. Yeah, I mean, the guy was
There's too many lights.
Yeah, it was too many lights. It was too much pressure.
Yeah, well, is it true that the FBI, they use psychics and they can sort of touch an envelope and they can tell you what's inside it, or they can
Yeah.
find someone that's missing by touching their clothes or whatever, and they can sort of read into where they are. I mean, that's
There's people like that. There are people like
What's
that.
that called, Dawn? Is that chiromancy or chiroprancy or something like that? It's not oniomancy because that's Greek.
When the
There's a
police
different
ask
name for it.
psychics to help.
If you touch an object, you get resonance.
Yeah. Remote viewing.
No, that's different.
No, it's not.
Remote viewing is where I can be in a room and I can get an impression of something that's happening a long distance away from me. I don't need an object to do that.
But the
Psychometry.
object will help.
Psychometry, that's it. Psychometry, yes.
Remote viewing is psychometry, but even more. So you just sit in a room. You can imagine where other people are and what's in the room. All of that. You can see through other people's eyes, maybe.
Yeah. I've done that before.
But psychometry is real. Real police hire real psychics. Or real people that say they're psychic to help them with the crimes. And sometimes they help.
Some people are psychic.
Yeah, I believe it.
What do you think? What do you think where they get their powers from, like the psychics and stuff like that? People like that.
I think they're in touch with their intuition more and are way more aware of that. I think intuition is a lot deeper than we even can understand, because I've had the same thing almost happen through intuition, and that's what we call that. And you can almost, predict your own life sometimes. Put it that way.
that's called a woman's intuition.
Yep.
That's why you get
We've got
witches.
it. We've got it too, though.
Yep.
And we get our period too, but it manifests in a different way.
Come on.
Yes, I've looked into
We
this.
do.
Psychometry, psychometry is the reading an object, and then remote viewing is different. I'm just trying to get that.
Remote viewing is the crazy CIA stuff.
Yeah,
Up
they are quite
another
crazy.
level.
Well, the guy from the channel the Leak Project, he says he does remote viewing quite often, and he's really good at it, apparently.
Yeah.
It's hard to prove that the science has never been done out in the open. You know, it's all black ops stuff.
Yeah.
Is it just me? Is there something about Leak Project that makes you just kind of question him? I don't know. I used to watch him years ago. I mean, for like 3 or 4 years straight or something like that. And then now I don't watch him anymore. There's something not genuine about the man, it feels like. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a fraud.
Martin.
Yuri Geller.
Oh. I thought you meant
Yuri Geller
by
is
the
an
British.
absolute fraud. He's a con man.
You're all talking about different Leak projects. that Stacey was talking about.
I think Stacey
He
was
was
talking about
really
Yuri
good
Geller.
friends with Michael Jackson, wasn't he? He was very good friends
Yeah.
with Michael Jackson. He was always around.
Yeah.
He was the kind of guy that used, when he got a bit famous, he kind of then said, "Oh yes, all these people love me," kind of thing. And I don't know. I mean, it's not like, it's, hey, Yuri, let's go around to Neverland and we'll go on the magic roundabout. I don't think he does that. Pardon for the bad Michael Jackson impression.
That was awful.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yuri, let's blow some bubbles.
I thought he was here for a sec.
It's like a South Park episode.
Yeah, that is the single best Michael Jackson impression I've ever heard in my life.
It's like Mickey Mouse on helium.
I have to say my favourite one was when John Travolta and oh god, what's his name? The guy that was in Top Gun were in the closet and they wouldn't come out. Best
That's Tom
whatever.
Cruise. That's Tom Cruise.
Yeah, that was the Scientology episode. That was awesome. Satire at its best.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise and John Travolta. South Park episode where they would not come out of the closet. But I like it in the closet. Yeah, it's really nice in here. I don't want to come out of the closet.
That's good. That one wasn't bad.
How about the predictive programming that was in Back to the Future? The guy hanging upside down in front of the window, and the twin towers were. It looked like the twin towers were falling if you turn your head the other way.
The best one I've seen is of Trump. It was in The Simpsons, and it's Trump, and he's coming down the escalator, and then it happened in real life. He's coming down the escalator, and there's someone holding a sign. Like, that's the best one I've ever seen. I don't know what's going on with that. How can it be in The Simpsons, and then how can it have happened in real life? And that be a
famous
coincidence?
for coming down the escalator at Trump Towers. He did it loads of times.
Is that the explanation?
I think we need to show
the guy with the sign is
Simpsons
obviously a
happened
South
before.
Park fan.
So it was set
way
up.
more South Park than Simpsons, to be fair.
You don't think that they could have just basically set that up so that every single conversation that we're having like right now happens?
No, that would be hard.
Exactly. No,
No, I
it's
don't
to
think. I
wake
think it's
us up.
really simple. Just keep going,
For those who are
watching The Simpsons. Let's just make that happen in reality. So always conspiracy theorists think it up, and then we also look crazy because look, we're comparing it to The Simpsons. You know what I mean? But in reality, it's all just puppeteer.
You know, if I could play a practical joke like that, Stacey, I would go for it.
By the way, I don't ever talk about the Twin Towers anymore. I tend to, nowadays I talk about people with, what do you think about when those 3 towers went down? And people are like, what? What 3 towers? And I said the WTC or WTC towers. Then said, wasn't there 2 of them? Then I said, no, there were 3 of them. Then they are like thinking, and didn't you hear that the 3rd one collapsed without any plane hitting it? So they were like, what? Yeah, no. It's kind of, but it's kind of, I try to wake up people. Like, I don't talk about the Twin Towers anymore. Just today, of course, I talk with you guys, but not the people who think that was some kind of original attack from an Al Qaeda or something like that.
Yeah. I also like how you said we, TC. Like, W should be called we. You know? W is just such a terrible letter, like name for the letter. You have E, F, G, you know, T, U, V, we, X, Y, Z. That's how it should be. Actually, in terms of X, I think we should get rid of that one too, because it's basically like E, K, S. It's redundant.
Now, W is an awful Scrabble tile. X is a really good one. So we keep the X.
Thanks, Jen. I've got a list of Foucault's pendulums here, but where's it actually saying that they don't work? And there's nothing in here that says there's a problem that you have to start it off. Yeah, it's just a list of Foucault's pendulums, which is very cool. Thank you. I'll keep that. I'll add that to my saved list of stuff of useful things.
Yeah, you got to read it, of course. You got to go in there and read it. It's a list. I've given you a list now.
Yeah. So I've got a list of working Foucault's pendulums. Thank you.
That's what I said. And if you look at, and if you want further detail, then you look at how they work, don't you?
Well, that's fine. But what we've got here is a list of Foucault's pendulums. Nothing about how they don't work, and it's a problem that they're manually started.
An invalid.
So that was the bit that I was asking for evidence
list.
for. But do you have evidence that it's a problem that if you have to manually start something?
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think
that was the specific bit of evidence I was looking for, not just a list of pendulums.
Of course, it's a problem because if the Earth's rotation, if the Earth is supposed to be moving, then the thing should move.
I know, but I want you to substantiate that claim. But this is a really useful list for me. Thank you very much. That was very kind of you.
Yeah, that's right. That's the whole reason why I sent it. A list of where all the Foucault pendulums are all around the world. I was interested.
Foolish people do this at home, like kids, all the time on TikTok and artwork, and they spin their little things and string. And this happens the same way, designs, right? But this has nothing to do with the shape and spin of the Earth.
Well, there's a direct relationship between the position on Earth of the Foucault pendulum and the time and the duration of its precession. So it'll tell you basically the latitude you're at, the same as Polaris will for the Northern Hemisphere. So that's obviously due to the argument is that's because the rotation at different the speed of rotation at different latitudes is different, and that affects the precession, i.e., its movement in space or its lack of movement in space.
The story.
Yeah, but it's very consistent, and it's consistent with looking at observations of Polaris. It's consistent with optical gyroscopes and the Sagnac effect. It's consistent with a whole load of other things. So it's all co-witnessing stuff.
Yeah.
Jin's made the claim that this doesn't work, and I'm waiting for his evidence to show that this has been tested in any way to show his point.
I've got you, Jin. I've got you, Jin. Smithsonian Institution. How does a Foucault pendulum keep moving? To keep the Foucault pendulum going, one must replace the energy lost with each swing.
There you go.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. An object in motion will stay in motion unless another force acts upon it. We have resistance. So, so there's energy. But you don't need to run it, as I said multiple times, you don't need to run this 24 hours a day to show the effect. You can actually just let it naturally swing and then come to a close. Yeah, of course it'll lose energy.
What you said,
that's not the claim.
I just want to clarify what you said, that it changes as it moves latitude, right? Is that what you said? Okay, so if it was a flat Earth,
you can tell your position north or south just with a pendulum.
If you were looking at a flat Earth map, the further away it moves away from the center of the map, you'd expect to have some deviation.
Why?
Well, why would you say that it's the Earth moving? Maybe it's just moving closer or further away from the pole.
Well, we've got the fact that as Jin very correctly said, that if you take the rotational speed in miles per hour between the equator up to North Pole, it changes with latitude, and that relationship seems to be consistent with how a pendulum precesses. That's the explanation of why, and then the effect that we see. So we're seeing an effect on a flat Earth. Now fill in the why.
Because it's getting closer and further.
We don't see it, but we don't see it. We don't see it. I don't know where you get that from. We do not see this. We don't observe
You don't see it. So again, that's your claim, and I'd like you to present evidence to support that claim.
We don't see it moving at all. Not the Earth. No. Einstein said it himself. Einstein said it himself that no optical experiment can be conducted.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about a pendulum. He was talking about Michelson-Morley, wasn't he?
Well, I posted his quote. He was talking about, but he was talking about that's Earth rotation, and I just posted 5 experiments, 5 famous scientific experiments prove a stationary Earth. I've just posted it. It's 50 minutes
any
long.
from the
There you go.
century?
Goes through 5. That's right. Each one is
Or
10
any
minutes.
from the last century?
Requires a 10-minute explanation. Stagnac's in there. Stagnac's in there. Mickelson Morley's in there. And what's his name? Cavendish is in there. They're all in this. Okay.
Why do you believe this source,
There you go.
Jim?
Look, Einstein said he could not prove it. Did he not? Did he not say
I've
that?
actually
Is
posted
it wrong
Einstein's
what he
full
said?
quote and
Yeah,
its
but is it
relationship
wrong
to what it's about.
I'll ask you again. I will ask you again. Is it wrong? The grammar that was used, is it wrong? No, it wasn't.
It's a
Thank
quote by quote from Einstein, and what I'm going to go back to the point of why do you accept this YouTube video as a valid source?
That YouTube video is talking about 5 famous experiments that you can conduct yourself. So that it's provable, repeatable, and that's...
Which one of these have you done?
I haven't done any of them.
So
okay?
why do you trust this source?
Because I understand what's being done. Thank you.
But you haven't done any of them, and you trust the source.
No,
So
I
I
haven't
don't
done
understand the
any.
connect.
I haven't done any. Do you know the reason why? Do you know the reason why I haven't done any of them? Because I already know the Earth is not moving, and then these experiments confirm my knowledge. Okay, I don't have to conduct it. I know. Okay, it's for you to prove.
Are you saying
that
that
it's
Foucault
moving. And
pendulum
every
is an
experiment
optical?
conducted so far. Yeah, that's
Is
correct.
Foucault
It doesn't
pendulum not
work because the
optical,
Earth is not
or is
moving.
Einstein wrong?
There you go.
I don't see any optics on a Foucault's pendulum, and when you actually go and read the full quote, which I posted, you'll find he's talking about something completely different. Boop, boop.
No, he's not.
He's
talking
not.
about
He's
not
talking
being able
about
to detect Earth's rotation. Earth's rotation.
Earth.ws is a disinfo meme company.
I noticed that what Chin
thank you
said
very much.
just there as to how he interprets this sort of was quite close to confirmation bias. I already believe the Earth is flat.
It's
therefore
not.
this
It's
is
not confirmation bias when you know. When you know, you know. And then
When
you
you
have
know, you know.
people before. Hang on. Yeah.
How do you know? You know.
Experiments were conducted. These experiments were conducted before I was born. So I'm born. I come after the experiments, and I know the Earth isn't moving. I look for evidence. Experiments. We go back 100 years or so, whatever. There we are. There you have them, proving the Earth isn't moving. And those experiments can be conducted yourself. So if you want to know whether the Earth isn't moving through these experiments, by all means, go ahead. Okay? I don't need to know. I already know it's not moving. So I don't need to conduct any experiments. I don't need to do that. I'm not, it's not confirmation bias. It's knowing what you know and walking with confidence. Beaming with confidence with a big chest, wider than Macy's. All right? All right. Or whatever famous supermarket you've got in your town.
Why is your chest so big, Jen?
Yeah. Why is it?
Because you have a big heart?
Because I have a big
Hypermegaly?
with muscle and knowledge. I'm just pulsating with the knowledge that the Earth isn't moving. So for those, nice one, percentage. Nice to hear your voice. Now, for those in the chat room who are listening, seriously, this Foucault pendulum from France, a French invention, it's just a pendulum on I think, is it a tripod? Or two legs with the pendulum in the middle. And in order for it to move, a human being has to facilitate the movement. Thus proving the Earth isn't moving, because if the Earth was moving, this thing should move on its own accordance because of the Earth. The Earth's rotation should make them move, especially at 1,036 miles an hour at the equator. They should be whizzing around.
Can I ask you a question? How did you come to that conclusion?
Even moving. All right.
Well, Jin, if you're going to say that it should move on its own, then the Cavendish would prove that happens, because that moves on its own. So you have to say now that
that
they're
never
spinning.
moves. The Cavendish did not move at all. It's not moving, the Cavendish. Okay.
How did you come to the conclusion that the focal pendulum would show the movement of the Earth?
The amount of hours you have to spend. I'm glad I didn't do it. The amount of hours they spend with this stupid experiment is a joke. And Cavendish said it moved. No one saw it moved. They had to take his word for it. Okay. Now, it was said of Cavendish that whenever you went to see this man, you would go into the room. He would never look at you eye to eye. You would speak your whatever you had to say in the room, and then he would decide whether to reply you or not. But you would be talking to the back of his head. He would never look at you face to face and speak to you. You know why? Because he was a lying bastard. That's why. He never had the gore.
Cavendish, more like Cavan bitch.
Cavan bitch, yeah. He was a liar. See? That's why he couldn't face anyone.
Interesting. I've just gone through the first two experiments, Jim. So I've gone through the first two experiments, and I think the rebuttal to the first one, the Sagnac effect, is pretty conclusive. When you have light going into a tube full of water, your angle of incidence is going to change because you've got a refractive change, and then that's going to be fine. So we've got no problems with those two. So I kind of reject the first two, and I'm on the third.
Oh, good luck watching. It's supposed to take like 50 minutes anyway, you know, but go ahead. You've done 20 minutes in like 5 minutes. Must be watching it.
So, Chin, I don't know if you heard, but I kind of was trying to ask you, how did you come to the conclusion that focal pendulum would actually move by itself if the Earth was moving, or the Earth moving?
Well, because basically, if it's suspended on a string, okay, hanging down with a weight at the bottom, and you don't touch it, the Earth's rotation should move the thing. And don't go on about conservation of speed, because we had that, and new perspective handed you us. I don't want to go down that road at all and bore the people in the chat with that one. Okay, you had a good hour and a half, and you lost that battle anyway. I don't want to go down there with that. I don't want to waste any more time with conservation of speed. If you're driving a car at 60 miles an hour in a straight line, you jump up, the car's gone, you're going to hit the ground, and you're going to be very poorly. If it's going around the corner continuously at 60, you're going to fly off centrifugal force. So that's all I've got to say on the matter. Everybody knows what I mean. The Earth isn't spinning. If it were, we would be thrown off this Earth. We wouldn't be able to stay on it. Okay? Thank you. And that's how I know.
What force then would push the pendulum? What practical force?
Centrifugal force is the one that's going to throw you off. No, not the typical no. It's the centrifugal will throw you away.
So in other words, it's not the speed, but it's the fact that it's rotating. That
it's the linear speed which creates that centrifugal force that will throw you off. And at 1,036 miles per hour. So that's a 1,000. It doesn't matter. That's a big number. It doesn't matter. 1,000 miles an hour is never slow. Okay, it can never be considered as a slow speed to us humans who walk at, let's say, 5 miles an hour. Suddenly you're being propelled at 1,036 miles per hour. It's faster than the speed of sound, nearly double the speed of sound, nearly.
Yeah, I think we can totally disband with the whole speed part, because we should be looking, if you're talking about the centrifugal force, you should be talking about the rotational speed and not the directional speed or whatever it's called. So we can totally dismiss with your figures of 1,000. Yeah, we can totally dismiss that. So let's look at the part that actually matters.
There's no need to dismiss that, because you can't dismiss that. Because
yes, we
the
can.
Rotation of the Earth is supposed. Hang on a second, please. The rotation of the Earth is supposedly creating that speed at the equator. Okay, so if the Earth wasn't, if it was a ball and it wasn't moving, you'd have no force. You'd have nothing to talk about. So the speed is definitely a requirement, and it changes as you move away from the equator. So if you're on this spherical ball that we have never measured, never found, either you go to the southern hemisphere plane or the northern hemisphere plane, you would notice the speed decreasing. We don't notice any of this stuff ever. It's never been recorded. We don't see the Earth move at different speeds when we travel around the world.
Again, we can dismiss with the linear speed, and we can just look at the rotational speed, because that's how the centrifugal force works.
The linear speed is the speed at which you are going to be thrown off due to the rotation of the Earth.
That's actually wrong. That's wrong, Jin. And that's why you're mistaken.
I'm sorry.
You're deviating from the thing that we should be looking at.
I do not do pseudoscience. I do the nature of laws. Natural laws of nature. I don't do pseudoscience doublespeak talk. That's your department. What you say is totally contradictory to nature and to the laws of physics as well. So that's your department. I'm going to stick with what I've said, and that is this. When the Earth is spinning supposedly on its axis, it's supposed to be spinning at 1,036 miles per hour, or 1,038 to be exact, miles per hour at the equator. Okay, now if it's spinning, it generates a force. That force is known as the centrifugal. That force will throw you off the Earth. You wouldn't be able to sit on it. There's no way we could exist. No way.
Unless there's another force opposing it, Jim.
Unless you go to the North Pole, where it's very, very cold, and then you might be able to survive there. But it's a lot less.
And it's weird, when you actually calculate the centrifugal force of the Earth, Jim, and then you compare it to the acceleration of gravity, it's the square root of not much, mate.
Yeah. Again, gravity, as I've said to those in the chat room, maybe it's your first time, there are two types of gravities that need to be considered, and one has superseded the other. You have Newtonian and Einsteinium. Newtonian is the mass attracting mass theory, which has never been proven. And Sir Isaac Newton said he did not agree with that theory. It was an absurd idea. Don't call me.
No, he did not say that. He incorporated.
To do not ascribe.
Leonard Susskind goes in detail into the synthesis of Newtonian mechanics into general or special relativity.
And then you've got 100.
Are you going to let anyone else use the mic, Jin? You're really hogging it, mate.
Interrupt me. Come on.
You're hogging the mic, Jin. You're doing these major long monologues every single time, and it's really annoying.
Let's all strive. Let's all strive to be clear and concise.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jin.
Thank you. 106 years ago, Einstein's theory of bending and warping of space-time fabric replaced Newtonian. Okay, that's it. You carry on now.
Sure. So the weird thing is Newton never really attributed the cause or the reason. He was just looking at the effect. That was the first thing I disagree with, and you can see that in his writings. Secondly, Einstein incorporated the Newtonian calculations into his general relativity, and you can see the synthesis between the two. So I always post up, and I'm happy to post it again, the Leonard Susskind lectures, where he goes into this in detail. So this to me is just one of these memes. Oh, this superseded that. That's just going back to Oakley and Huey and all that sort of silliness. So I do reject that. So Einstein was trying to describe how the effect occurred. Newton was describing the effect as he observed it on Earth. And as I say, when we take that speed, that basic speed of 9.8 meters per second squared, that acceleration, and you compare it to the force of centrifugal force of 1 revolution per 23 hours, 56 minutes, you'll find that gravity is quite a bit stronger than the centrifugal force trying to lift us off. And it also explains, I'm just going to finish this point very quickly. It also explains why, when we're doing things like, serious weights that we need to measure very accurately, that we make account for how far north or south of the equator we are. Done.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all that he just said there is to substantiate the globe, which has never been established. We don't measure the curvature. We cannot detect the actual rotation. Gravity is a theory that has not been proven. That's a fact. And there are two gravities. One has been superseded, as I said earlier. These words stand solid forever. After my death, they will still be standing. Okay? That gravity is a theory that is unproven. It's never been proven. It's the theory of gravity, never been proven. That's a fact.
So the French-Spanish expedition
and the
of
Hang on a
1735.
second, please. I let you talk, didn't I?
I know, but you've just taken another 30 seconds and you're repeating yourself. I thought
what I've got to do. Let me finish, and then you can carry on. Now, like I said, never been proven. Yeah, the two gravities. Don't keep interrupting. Never been proven. Now you've almost let me forget what I was going to say now. So gravity is, there are unproven theories. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say something else, and you interrupted. You broke my chain of thought by doing that. Yeah.
Get a stronger chain. Let's go.
I was going to say something. I was going to say something detrimental, but now I can't bloody remember it because I'm having to defend.
If it's important, I'll come back, Jen. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll have my 10 seconds now. So just think of the airplane as the Earth, and you're flying along at 600 miles an hour. You can't feel you're moving, can you? You're just flying in a straight line. But what happens when the airplane banks and it changes a different vector? You would feel your body pushing against one side of the seat in the opposite direction that the airplane is banking. Now, that's what the Earth is doing. You're saying you can't feel it, and you can't tell that it's moving. That's because you're going in one direction. But the problem is the Earth is spinning in 4 different directions at the same time.
Yeah, but imagine the plane that you were talking about just now. Imagine that it's flying or whatever, and it takes 6 hours to make a left turn. So it's taking a left turn that takes 6 hours. Just because it's changing its vector doesn't mean it's going to be immediately experienced.
Excuse me, no plane takes 6. Hang on a second. Wait a minute. No plane takes 6 hours to make a turn. These aircraft fly in straight lines. They don't do 6-hour turns. Okay, so let's not go into that bizarro world of imagination. Let's keep it firmly in the reality. Thank you.
All right, somebody will explain analogies to Jen at some point, but just in case they're wondering, the plane in that example was the Earth, which does take 6 hours to make a 90-degree rotation.
What about the other two?
Yes, at 1,036 miles per hour at the equator, which no human beings can tell me that they're not going to notice that.
What about the other 2 directions? What about the other 2 directions?
You'll have to elaborate, sir. About the other two.
6 hours at 1,038.
Jen, it's not important, man.
It's an hour. That's the speed. For 6 hours, you're moving at 1,000 faster than the speed of sound. You're going to notice it. Sorry.
Fair enough. This other gentleman had some comment about the other two. I think he's saying the other 2 vectors or something.
Yeah. So you've got the Earth flying through the universe, and then you're going with the galaxy, and then you're spinning around the fucking solar system. Then it's spinning on axis. You've got all these different vectors. It doesn't matter what you say. You'd feel one of them.
Well, you're right. That's a lot of different vectors. Why don't you? Because if you make a force diagram or a free body diagram, you make like an object, and you do all the vectors of the forces acting on them. Why don't you draw out an object on the Earth and all the different vectors of the accelerations it's experiencing from all those directions, and then add those vectors together and see what it adds up to? Because I can tell you what it adds up to.
That's not what you do. That's not what you do.
That's exactly what you do.
No, you don't.
I'll do it for you.
Sorry, Kosho, that's not what you do, Kosho. We're talking about 4 different types of movement. So you got to do an experiment.
Someone else is trying to get in, Jim. Can you give someone else a turn?
You got to feel the spin at 1,000 miles per hour first. Then you got to feel the rotation of the Earth at 666,000 miles per hour in a yearly orbit. You got to feel that vector. Then it's going through the universe at 2 million miles an hour, and there's some other bloody vector that I can't remember how fast it is. It's silly. It's silly. Okay.
Incredulity.
Silly.
So what 4 vectors did we have? We had spin, we had rotation, and we had going through the universe. Well, the spin you wouldn't feel, the rotation you wouldn't feel, going through the universe you wouldn't feel. So it's silly, Jin, what you're saying.
Jin, I've posted a couple of.
I haven't finished yet.
You go again, mate. Go on.
I haven't finished yet. I'm rebutting what he just said. It's funny how the CIA, the Army, the Navy, and who are airline pilots and submariners, when they are flying, for example, or firing their weapons of mass destruction, the documents therein says they have to assume or consider the Earth to be a stationary plane. Okay? Now, if you're on a spinning ball, why would you need to consider the Earth to be a stationary plane when firing your weapons and stuff and flying? You shouldn't be thinking about that. It shouldn't come into your vernacular. You're just flying your plane, you're firing your weapons, that's it. Why should I have to consider? You know why I have to consider? Because the Earth is indeed not moving, and it is a flat plane. It's not a ball. That's why. That's why we can't find curvature. Carry on. Do you want the documents? I can give you the documents.
Yeah, Jin, that was the conversation you and I were having last night, and we never got to it because the conversation went somewhere else. But I found one of those documents, and it happened to be the exact one that I was referring to, where it tells you we're gonna calculate this using a flat plane and a stationary Earth, but here is here's the limitations of how far we can use that before it becomes impossible to make that assumption, and here's the errors involved, and then also it goes on to say here's what readings you'll get due to the Coriolis force. And so it says all these different things, and it says here's what a gyroscope is going to read because of Earth's rotation. So just because it says that it uses a flattened stationary Earth, it tells you that to let you know, hey, this is the assumption we're using. It's not going to be like a regular fucking experience on it because we're adding this in there for simplicity.
Yeah.
But I'll go ahead and post what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I'll say again that it is very strange that we're supposed to be living on this ball, that no human being has ever been able to prove and to substantiate, measure the curvature or its actual rotation. They haven't been able to do that. Okay, then the military, the Air Force, the Navy, airline pilots, submariners, they have to consider the Earth to be stationary, that is motionless and flat plane. Why would you have to do that? Because if I'm on a spinning ball, I would have to consider the speed of that ball and then the trajectory that my weapon or my missile is gonna fly through, the trajectory, because the Earth is spinning. I have to consider the Earth is spinning. That's what I should be considering. If indeed the Earth is spinning, the words you need to assume or consider the Earth is a stationary plane has no place in a spinning Earth. It has no place. It should never be mentioned. The only reason why is because we are not moving. That's why. And it's what do you call it? It's what's the expression I'm looking for? Oh, it's a
why?
Like they're covering themselves. So that someone who's flying a plane doesn't ignore his instruments and begins to think he's over on a globe and starts to try and find the curvature and crash. And for those who are firing their weapons to put in the maps with the curvature maps, okay, and then miss the target and start causing mayhem. Yeah? So it's like a disclaimer. Yeah. That's what I'm using for. It's a disclaimer.
I got you, Jen. Here's the actual substance to my part of the conversation. I'm sure at some point you'll have substance to yours, but here's the substance to mine. And I'll just go over part of it with you. On page, I think it's 3, it tells you the limitations. On page 5, hold on, I gotta have to go to page 5. Either way, then at page 17, it actually tells you that the gyroscope is going to read rotation at some
Gyroscope. We're talking about firing weapons. Okay, we're talking about firing weapons, and all